When leagues start build guide. Hey, what's up, Vegas? Probably soon. Probably tomorrow. Tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, I need to have my league starter set by today. A buddy of mine wants to put it in a video. Yeah, we'll probably have it today or tomorrow. I can at least get you a planner today for sure. New league's looking sick though, man. New league's looking sick. On here. Oh, I guess it doesn't have its own tag. It's only in here. Cool, cool. Yeah. Are you gonna be playing on launch? I have a I have a timer up in the top right corner there for you. If you want to know when it goes live. Yeah, cool. Nice, man. I'm excited. Sadly, they gutted my two most popular builds, which it's a compliment that they ripped apart my builds, But yeah, we'll manage. We'll manage. The uniques here. Pally and Mad Lightning dead. Pally maybe not. Mad Lightning definitely. So they gutted Mad Lightning from like 8 different angles. So they nerfed its defensive nodes on the passive tree. I think like 4 of them where they added a cooldown to when they could proc ward. And my whole thing was I had 300% increased cast speed and just would proc them like crazy. So that nuked a bunch of the ward generation. And then the Runic Invocation spell, they gave you 25% damage reduction and a bunch of ward. It no longer gives you damage reduction. So defenses got gutted that way. And then damage, they nerfed an ability on the Lightning Blast tree called Closed Circuit. They used to stack infinitely to give you crit chance if you've chained a lightning to yourself recently. Because I had such massive cast speed, I would instantly like get to 100% crit chance. So all my gear could focus on damage stats, and it no longer stacks. So now my damage is gutted because I have to scale a bunch of spell crit chance. So yeah, that's what we're working with here. Little sad, but Pally, they just nerfed the ward, so you won't be able to get to like 100k ward anymore. I'd be surprised if you could get to like 15k ward, but the damage is the same. So I think it'll still be a decent build. It's just not going to be god tier. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I'd want to go the reduced crit here. You'll be doing Trade League, right? Yes. Yeah, I'm going to be doing Trade League. Yeah. Yep. That is the plan at the current moment, is to be doing trade league. Creating auras damage over time, I believe. Yeah. I wouldn't need any armor shred. It says it scales with throwing damage. I think it's only flat throwing damage. I don't think the hammer throw scales with that. I really wish they had an actual tag for it and that it wasn't just randomly thrown on the tree here. Void damage, damage over time, and throwing. So it's not. I don't think it's a spell either. I can get one of the secondary stats that just has increased void damage. Like that would still apply the 110% void damage. Skills real quick. Yeah, I do plan on going into Trade League. Can you hear the music, by the way, Angus? We'd want to slow down the projectile speed as much as possible, that the auras are sticking around. Then we'd want hammers to spiral, orbit around you. Grab the extra hammers. And then the mana felt, I think, is pretty good. I don't think I actually need any of these. I think I can go either attack speed or the global increased damage. I could probably do something like that. Nothing else should apply to the tree, or to the disintegrating ore on the tree. Yeah, if you guys didn't see on the patch notes, disintegrating aura is like this AoE like damage over time that will follow your hammer, and they buffed the damage by quite a bit. And so you'd be able to play like a orbiting hammer build that circles around you while also dealing void damage over time around you. And it scales off throwing damage too, so your hits are still going to hit kind of hard. Let's look through the uniques first, see if there's anything I want to scale with it, and then kind of go from there. I'll worry about the rares right now. Can't believe they updated the build planner so fast too. That is definitely the best quality of life so far. We can actually properly do theory crafting. I thought about doing this Aberos Command and doing the Void Cleave aura with it, because it gives you a bunch of damage over time, increased area, and Void Pen. So that's definitely an option. Put that on for now. Like we could do like a Void Pen Dream Thorn, that's not bad. Armor Phage isn't too bad either. I did a spear. The spear flat damage would get converted over to hammers, which I think they buffed to 50% of the melee damage on the spear gets applied to the hammers. So that would also give me a bunch of damage. Sadly, none of this flat damage would apply. And I don't think it's a void spell. I think Shadow Beacon's out. Okay. So for spears, I just don't think there's any good options really for spears. Lowered mana cost, increased damage effectiveness. More damage. Did not add the flat damage on the patch notes. Put it this in Sentinel. That would have been in the tree stuff. It didn't get added. Okay, then that gets rid of wanting to do a spear altogether. Weird, I didn't feel like it was that overpowered, so okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Aberos Command is going to be our best option for a weapon. That still gives us the option to use a shield too if we wanted to. I don't need to really go crit. I would add a bunch of defenses. What mastery is you working on? Welcome back, by the way. Hey, what's up, joggers? Yeah, I'm working on a Void Knight right now. So, what I'm looking at the moment, joggers, is Hammer Throw, and then you have Disintegrating Aura. So when your hammers, when you throw a hammer, it gets this little like purple aura around it that does damage over time. And they buffed this aura by a 28%-ish, so it does quite a bit of damage. And then it scales with your flat throwing damage, void damage, and damage over time. And so your hammers themselves will hit kind of hard, and then you just make them orbit around you with Iron Spiral and Hammer Vortex. And then you just have like these disintegrating auras, just like 20 of them just rotating around you doing damage. So it's actually pretty good. And then you slow down the projectile speed on the hammers by a lot because there's a certain trajectory that the hammers will go around you, and once they get a certain distance away from you, then they disappear. If you slow down the projectile speed by a shit ton, then you can literally get like 20 hammers around you that all do this AoE aura damage. So that's the theory craft I'm going with, that I think will actually be a really strong starter build, especially since it's already scaling with like flat throwing damage. And then one of the new unique items they added, Aberos Command, I think will go really well with it. So there's another aura that comes out of Void Cleave down here. Where's the actual node for it? Yeah, right here. So Ravager. When you use Void Cleave, you gain Ravaging Aura, which is another aura that goes around your character that does void damage over time. And then you get a bunch of... This one does count as a spell, though, so it scales a little bit differently, but it's pretty close. And it gives you a bunch of spell damage and like this another just void damage over time area around you. And they added this new weapon where Void Cleave no longer requires a two-hander. It gets a whole bunch of extra seconds added onto it, 40% Void Pen, but then these secondary stats apply to the Disintegrating Aura from Hammer Throw. So 285% damage over time, an extra 25% area of effect, and 20% Void Pen. So I think it could go pretty good hand in hand with each other. So it's just one of the things I was looking at. And I think it would be a really good Void Knight starter. Yeah, I'd like to try, if I can, to get a starter build for everyone. Null Portent looks really good for Void Knight, too. Gives you 20% increased health. And a bunch of leech rate. And you could get up to 20% less damage taken. But it's definitely a defensive chess piece, and you lose all the damage. Especially early on, I think we're probably just going to want to go with a normal chess piece. They would probably go with the Champion Regalia. Yeah, it just gives you so much armor, plus 700. That sounds dope, right up my alley. Is it going to have decent single target, you think? Yeah. This is not new to the game, and I may have tested it. And it's it was decent before, and it just got a massive buff. So I think it's going to be really good. So for Void Cleave, you want the cooldown recovery, the Void Shred stacks, grab the aura, all of the increased damage, and then probably the leech. This is also really strong, though. You might not even need the leech, actually. So this is the other part that makes me want to go Void Cleave. is there's this node right here. If Void Cleave hits at least one enemy, your next throwing attack deals additional void damage. And so all of that throwing damage would get converted to the disintegrating aura for hammer throw. That gives you plus 100 throwing damage. I think that could be pretty sick too. Could also possibly use an auto Abyssal Echoes whenever you use Void Cleave. Oh, Void Cleave is also an instant cast now too with this weapon. Oh my god, Pinch, welcome back. Hey, what's up, Gorsh? How you doing, brother? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so I was just kind of going through the new uniques, because all the new uniques are on the build planner if you guys wanted to see. Which is kind of funny, because I don't think they showed them in the patch notes. So I don't know if this was an oversight and they just added them to the planner too early. I think they just showed the names of them on the patch notes. But they're all in here. Like, this is a new unique. So it's kind of interesting. This is a crazy good unique. Hey, Gorsh, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate you. 3 months. Thank you, man. I appreciate the investment into the channel. Agro, what's up, dude? How you doing, brother? Yeah, if there's anything you guys want to see me theory craft, let me know. And I am happy to do theory crafting for you guys as well. Yeah, I think... I don't think you're going to need Bleeding Heart because you're playing Void Knight and you get so much generic leech. I think you're probably better off just running a rare amulet. And then the question is, do we go Shield or Catalyst? Since I can't crit any of these damage over time things, I'm guessing it's probably going to be better just go Shield and be super defensive. Defenses as a whole got nerfed pretty hard, so everybody's going to feel really fucking squishy. There's no really good unique Catalyst. I think we go Shield. This one's kind of cool. So you cannot gain ward while in combat, but 155% of max health is gained as ward decay threshold, and 55% of max health gained as ward per second. And combat, so if you're in a boss fight, you can still get this by just not getting hit or not dealing an attack. So if you have stuff like Healing Hands as a movement skill, where you're immune to damage, from this node, if you just like dash to the edge of the screen, that should almost pull you out of combat just from that, and could give you a massive fuck ton of ward. So you could do some gimmicky shit with this, I think. Good trying to play the first sentence, but my PlayStation is some booty. Oh no. Yeah, I know some boys in my Discord were talking about that. I'd Sentinel for the new season. No, I'm just theory crafting ideas that look cool to me, Gorsh. Yeah, I'm just theory crafting some cool ideas. Sentinel is high up on there. There's one mage setup that I'm looking at that might be kind of fun. So, also there's a Falconer build. I think if I wanted to just smash everybody in a race, I would play Falconer. But I'm kind of I've already played it before. So what I would probably do with Falconer is play Bleed Net to level with. And then I would switch over to playing Dragon Song, because they didn't nerf Dragon Song. The build I, like, it was over 1,000 corruption, just smoking shit with, they didn't nerf that at all. So I think that's going to be one of the top builds. And I technically never made a build guide for it, so it could be fun and new for the channel. It would just be similar for me, which is kind of lame. But we'll put this here temporarily. It might be better to use a regular rare shield, but this is kind of cool. I like this. These rings are busted, by the way, boys. They give you 2% base crit, and they give you 8% increased mana. So even if you're not using anything minion related, these are super, super good. Super, super good. And they should be pretty common. So based on the LP, I think oh yeah, and the random drop chance common. Yeah, so you should be able to almost guarantee yourself to get this. Also, uniques are just going to be so much easier to get with the new Nemesis system. So I would worry less about trying to get like the common uniques while leveling. I would say you're almost guaranteed to get the common leveling uniques if you're killing Nemesis monsters during the campaign. I don't think I need the extra leech from the ring, and I'm not doing melee damage, really. I think I'm gonna avoid that. And I'm not gonna be stat stacking, so I think I just go with regular rings. Hey, yo! Lit March, thanks for the raid. How's it going, guys? Thank you for sharing your community with me. Everybody, my name's Loaf. I'm an LE content creator. So I've been playing LE for many years. I do build guides on YouTube. I'm pretty infamous for making like literally 2-hour build guides. So that's kind of my niche. So if you like stuff that's over explained and in great detail, you've come to the right place. I think exclamation point YouTube, you can see some of the YouTube channel. I haven't put up any new videos because I just came back from a family vacation. So I'm just going through stuff, starting to theory craft things, but welcome guys. I appreciate you guys coming by. Limarch, thank you so much for the raid, dude. I appreciate that. If you guys from my channel haven't followed Limarch, maybe go check him out. No worries, dude. You don't have to hang around, Valkron. See ya. How's it going, boys? Thank you for having us. Of course. Were you doing some last epoch stuff, or what were you up to, Limark? Famous, not infamous. Hey, thank you, Edgar. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys like hearing my voice, YouTube's a good way to do that for hours on end. Yeah, so right now what we're doing, guys, is we're theory crafting a Void Knight build. So I'm going to be going through most of the classes today and just doing as many planners as I can. If chat has ideas for planners, I'm happy to theory craft your guys' builds as well. So what we're looking at right now is Hammer Throw has this ability in there called Disintegrating Aura, which basically what it does is it puts this like purple damage over time void ability that surrounds your hammer and does damage over time to anything it passes through. So if you make hammers orbit you with the spiral tech, and you slow down the projectiles a ton with weighted hammers, you can get like 20 to 30 hammers just rotating around you, all with these little auras, just disintegrating everything. They buffed this in the patch by like almost 30%, and it was already kind of a good build before, so I think this is going to be a really strong starter. The other thing I was looking at is with Void Cleave, you have Ravaging Aura, which does kind of a similar thing, where it does a void damage over time that's around you whenever you use Void Cleave, and then you can increase the area a bunch and give it a bunch of extra spell damage and whatnot. And then on top of that, you have this cool synergy with Void Cleave and the Disintegrating Aura, where Disintegrating Aura scales with flat throwing damage. And there's a node right here with Void Cleave, where if you use Void Cleave recently, it gives you plus 100 throwing damage for your next throwing attack. And since it's so slow, that's going to stick around for a while and hit mobs many times with it, just amping up that Disintegrating Aura by a shit ton. So that's kind of what I'm theory crafting at the moment, kind of working for. Just running monos. Oh, nice. Yeah, just playing some Poison Nova build before the cycle. Got to run to eat, but nice to meet you. Have a great Saturday. Hey, thank you. You too. I'll take care of the chatters. I appreciate it. Doing Poison Nova, huh? My buddy wants to play a Poison build so bad. So yeah, that's what we're working with right now. So I'm just going through all the different uniques, seeing what synergizes well with the build, and then kind of going from there. If you guys didn't know too, I do testing for Last Epoch on their test servers. So I've had some experiences with some of these mechanics already. I can't go into tons of details on how things were during like the test cycle for it. But I do have a little bit of insight and have an idea of kind of where to go with things. One of the new uniques I was looking at to pair with the Void Cleave Aura is the Abros Command. So this is being added to the game. It gives the Ravaging Aura from Void Cleave a bunch of extra duration and a bunch of Void Pen, but on top of that, it gives us damage over time, increased area of effect, and just generic Void Pen that will all apply to the Disintegrating Aura from the Hammer Throw. So that's kind of what I was thinking. The other unique that I'm not sure if I'm going to go with yet is Grim Constitution. It's a new shield that does a lot of ward defenses if you're health stacking, which you typically are if you're playing Void Knight. You can only gain ward, though, while not in combat. And so what I was thinking is using Healing Hands as a movement skill with the Immune While Moving node, because you only need to not get hit and not do an attack for, I think it's about 3 to 4 seconds. And so if you just dash to the edge of the screen while immune to damage with Healing Hands, that would almost pull you out of combat. So that might be a really good way, especially early on, to just get a lot of survivability. Abstract meta question: when people discuss starter/leveling builds, are they always talking about the same thing? Is it always fastest and least gear dependent, clear, or pinnacle content, or are there other definitions? They're essentially the same thing, Edgar. Where you're just trying to look for builds that require little to no gear to really function at a decent level. They're not always going to be like the most min-max builds that are like just giga blasting everything, but something where even if you're extremely unlucky in your drops, you're going to do okay. So that's generally what they're going for. They're normally builds that you're eventually going to spec out of and then go towards something else that requires a lot more of the like rare uniques. But that's generally what people are talking about when they look at that. It's very common in like PoE. It's less common in builds or games like Diablo, where typically you just play the build you're leveling as. But this game is so easy to respec that it really encourages you to play a really strong build early on and then switch over to what you want to play end game later on. So yeah, right now I've just been kind of going slot by slot, looking through to the different uniques, just refamiliarizing myself with the new stuff that's coming and seeing if there's anything that would make sense to this build. I don't think there's really any belts that would do us any justice here, really. I'm not doing melee damage. It doesn't give me any throwing. I think those are kind of whatever. I'd probably just use a Praetorian belt for the extra armor, because I should be able to armor cap on this build. And then these guys, I'd probably use a Ivory Ring, just so I don't have to deal with Necrotic too much. I don't really need to. I'd probably just use that and maybe like an Opal Ring. Do that for now. Alright, glove. They didn't really add too many gloves. They added Finger of Phantom Mire. But it doesn't really do a whole lot for us. It's not going to give us throwing attack speed. We don't need... Like, the percentile throwing damage, I don't think scales the auras as much. I'm mainly looking for flat throwing damage. And the 10 cold isn't going to do us a whole much. Neither would the throwing critical multiplier, because the auras are going to be a damage over time. What I could potentially use is Atrophy, because that would give me 25% pen against all resistance for damage over time. So this is an option. I would lose a bunch of armor and a bunch of health running this, though. That's why I'm kind of leaning away from that. And obviously Ravenous Void would be good, but we're not going to put that in there. So I'm thinking, especially since it's going to be more of like a leveling setup, I'd probably just go Eternal Gauntlets. Thanks, of course, guys. And don't be afraid to ask questions either, guys. I try to get to every single chatter. So if you guys have any questions or you have anything, even if it's not relevant to what we're talking about, if it's Last Epoch related in general, or you have a question about me, yeah, feel free to ask, guys. I'm happy to go over any of that with you guys. I've been playing this game for a very long time. I know most of the stuff, but if there's something I don't know, I should know where to find it. So I'm happy to help you guys out with any of your questions, or help you guys through craft the builds that you want to play. I wonder if these are really gonna get much use. I guess the cooldown for Fury Leap could be good if you're using Fury Leap as like a damage proc ability. I guess if you got like a 4LP one, the +1 evade charge and the evade cooldown reduction and haste wouldn't be bad. They're just such a low base boot. +5 armor. I feel like those ones are going to be kind of rough to use. The cooldown's pretty low on Void Cleave, so I don't think these are going to be the play. I hope the cycle will be good. It's going to be good, Shadow. It's going to be good. You guys are going to have a good time. I don't get a ton of movement speed on Void Knight, so I don't think Chariots are any good. These are more Falconer related. These are kind of interesting for a Racing Strike. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I'm just going to use some Exalted Boots. In which case, I would probably use Citadel Boots, because they give me the most armor, and they give me the reduced bonus damage taken from crits. So between that and the helmet, I should very easily be able to get 100% crit, reduced damage. And so I don't have to worry about it on any of my gear. It's kind of funny they put this in Relic. It's not really a relic. You can't pick up the egg. The egg is just in the menus for the Nemesis monsters. Sorry if I missed, but have you already committed to Void Knight? No, Edgar, I have not. I'm theory crafting a whole bunch of builds for to try to get something for like every class. And so I'm just looking at builds that I think are going to be really strong out the get-go with very little investment. Code of Erase is really, really strong. You get that damage, mitigation applies damage over time, which is normally the thing that kills you at super high corruption. And I'm pretty sure I can armor cap on this build pretty easily. And I get the +1 skills. So that's probably going to be the winner here. And that should be very easy to get early on. Like, you get a bunch of endurance off this guy, so this isn't too bad, and you get void damage. But I think Erase is just going to be way better. Because you can't get flat throwing damage on any of these. Future Strike's not bad, because Future Strike is a damage over time. But I think I can get a 100% chance on the passive trait. I think I'd be better going with the Erase. I think that's the play. So these two uniques, super, super easy to get. This one's going to be late game, but we can use literally any weapon in the meantime, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay, let's look at idols real quick. See what synergizes well. Okay, so 3x1s. We have damage over time. That's the only stat that would be any good on the 3x1. We have armor percentage, which I don't think I'm going to need. Time Rot. Chance to slow with void skills, which could be kind of good with the hammers. And shared void damage. So nothing really crazy on the 3x1s. And should they update the skills on the planner site? They did, dude. All of the uniques are added in here, and all of the skills and passive trees have been updated on the planners pretty much the moment the patch notes went live. So it's been such a good quality of life, Gorsh. Alright, on 4x1s, I don't need to scale Void Cleave at all. Void Cleave is just going to be a buff skill for us. I'm not going to be super mana hungry either, especially with Void spells. I think 4x1s are kind of dead. I don't think they're going to do a whole lot for us. Yeah, nothing crazy on 4x1s. So pretty much nothing here on the 1x3s. I'm guessing we're probably going to be using 2x2s. Either that or just a bunch of health 1x2s. We don't need to shred armor on our throwing attacks, because most of our damage is coming from damage over time, which armor shred won't apply to. Yeah, we could at least get flat health here. Void damage over time. That's not bad, actually. But there's nothing good on this side where I think those are still dead. Okay. 1x4. I don't think I want to use Devouring Orb, so that's not going to work. I could potentially use Sigils. Yeah, there's not a lot I'm super excited on the 1x4s. Let's take the 2x2s. I'm not really going to be scaling any Smite stuff, I don't think. I don't want to really scale spell damage too much. I'm mainly going to be focusing on the Disintegrating Aura for hammers. So this right here is good. Increase void damage for 4 seconds when its skill echoes. So that's just a generic increase that's going to apply to everything. Then I think there's another... We could either go health or void damage over time. Yeah, I think 2x2s are the play. The integration is impressive. Yeah, dude, I was very impressed. That was the thing I was the most worried about, where I was like, oh man, it's gonna really suck having to wait for this because I'm very much a visual person, so it's hard for me to theory craft without a planner, honestly. What's on the 4x1s again? I'm trying to think how I wanna plan this out. I think I want to still get a bunch of 2x2s. I'm trying to think the best way to do that. Because I think, or not 2x2s, 1x2s. Because I think health is still going to be super, super important, especially if I'm using the shield. And so I think filling this top section here, just health idols, is going to be really big. And then maybe doing the 2x2s here. Because defenses, I think, are going to be king. Since they kind of nerfed a lot of them, we got to get them where we can. I could put one right here. Or I could put one right here. I think we'd do something like this. That way we're still getting a little bit of damage from idols. We're still getting a crap ton of extra health. And then I can just fill in little 1x1s on the Ateras. Give damage over time and res. I think that would be the play. I'll leave those empty for now, but I think something like that. That's 20% extra health plus a bunch of extra flat health, and then we get a decent amount of damage from that. Okay, let's finish building out our skills. So how we planned out this one is we go up, grab the Disintegrating Aura, we fill out all of the reduced projectile speed, as many hammers as we can get with the +2 here, or +4 there, make them spiral us. And then we use the Zeal stacks here. When you use a throw hammer, or hammer throw, it gives you a stack of Zeal for 4 seconds, which gives you global increased damage per stack. So this will give us 90% increased damage, which will apply to everything. The crit won't do anything for us, but the other option would be to go more attack speed. I don't think anything else is really going to do a whole lot for us. We don't care about the hit damage of the hammer itself. We don't care about like armor shred or anything like that. So I think these are the only nodes that I've got here that are really going to make sense for that. For the +1, I might go Abyssal Echoes. I'll have to see. All right, let's finish building out our tree. So I want the res that we get here, the armor and damage reduced movement or cooldown for movement skills is really big. And then I think I'm going to go block. So I think I'm going to take those 2 nodes, get the block chance. Okay, for Void Knight, I'm definitely going to want all of the res and health nodes here. That's massive for gearing. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this node applies to throwing as well. But these definitely do. And we want as much flat throwing damage as possible. So we definitely grab all of this. This will also apply to Ravaging Aura with the spell void damage. And I think I want all of these as well. Even though it doesn't specify throwing, I'm pretty sure that does actually work. I think I tested it on the server. I'm going to want all of the Void Leech nodes since I'm not using an item that's giving me damage over time leech. I don't want to use a Bleeding Heart. So that 6% there will apply to all of our damage over time. Future Strike on hit is pretty good because it deals void damage over time. And so that would scale with everything. So we might pick these up. I might not even need a bunch of investment in here because I'm hitting so fast with hammers. Even like 20% might be enough. So we'll put 2 in there for now and see how many points left over we have. And I think I can only have... Hold on. Oh no, max stack's unlimited. Okay, so we have unlimited stack, so having a high chance could actually be good. We'll see what we have left over though. We're not really doing much melee damage, so none of that really matters. This node's really good. We definitely want all of that. That's going to give us 20% increased health plus a bunch of vitality. And then the new bonus they added is that 5-point bonus where you get extra health per point of vitality. So that's kind of good. I think our mana regen's honestly going to be fine. We definitely want the Echo Chance, because that could cast more hammers, which are going to have the Disintegrating Aura on it. So we're going to prioritize getting these guys. I don't think I want to do the 10% increased mana cost and the 10% reduced attack speed for the 10% Echo. I don't think that's worth it. The movement speed is going to be really nice. But we are pretty point heavy right now. This breaks so fast, I don't think Void Aegis is worth it. This is also on kill, so I don't think that's going to be worth. Okay, the one thing we are going to want to grab the block chance nodes here at the beginning. We definitely want those. I don't know if I want to go sigils or not yet. So when we're looking at the skills, I definitely am going to want to go Volatile Reversal, because that's insane for damage. We'd go over here and get the 60% more void or enemy damage over time taken. That's going to be really big for us. And then this is another 30% increased damage that applies to everything. Cooldown recovery nodes. What I think I'm going to do too is get levels to Volatile Reversal so I can get the extra attack speed. And maybe even the movement speed. Yeah, this is such a massive single target DPS increase. Read the patch notes on Ward carefully, but the numericals that formula changes are hard to understand without actual testing. Is Ward still going to be the best defense priority, or will it be fairly balanced with other defense stat strategies? So their kind of idea when they were going into the defense scaling for the new patch is we thought that they would nerf Ward a little bit and they would buff health, and then they would meet somewhere in the middle. That's what I thought was going to happen. Instead, their kind of ideology behind it and what they decided to do was they nerfed all the other defenses and brought it all the way back to where health was at. So I think the part that people don't realize quite yet is every single build is gonna feel a lot squishier. I think everyone's gonna be really, really squishy going into this, which is why you do kind of want to make sure you have really good layers of defense, because you are gonna hurt. You're gonna feel it. Especially with the new boss mechanics. I think we're going to be in boss fights way longer with the new defensive scaling for it. And so, yeah, you're going to want to be able to take a few hits. So I think they're going to be similar on par. I think I'm mainly going to be going health builds, because you can't use endurance when you have ward. And you're not going to get enough ward to justify losing like a 60% damage reduction. Yes, dodging is going to be really important. However, it is so much easier with the evade. If you guys have ever played any kind of evade game like Dark Souls or anything like that, while there's not iframes, you can still avoid a lot of stuff. The evade mechanic is honestly the biggest thing for Sentinel, because most of Sentinel's movement skills required like a target, where you have like smite or lunge. Shield Rush is kind of awkward on bosses. The only really good movement skill we had was Healing Hands that didn't require a target. By the way, Healing Hands movement skill feels so much smoother this patch. So the evade is going to help make up for that, where you no longer need to charge towards the target you're trying to avoid stuff from. Now you can kind of just avoid a lot of the mechanics with just using that. Let's go, Loaf's back. Hey, what's up, Brownlee? How are you doing, brother? What up, what up? Yeah, we're just doing some theory crafting. So hopefully that makes sense. At least they fixed Grasper's tri-attack hitbox. Trying to dodge that made me so... Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Alright, so Volatile Reversal is a must-have. I'm debating... I think I absolutely want an Anomaly And then I think the next thing that we'd be debating on is whether we use Abyssal Echoes, or Sigils of Hope, or Healing Hands. Anomaly's just really, really good for Leech. So you can kind of ignore what Anomaly actually does. So it's supposed to like send an enemy forward in time for 5 seconds, and then they come back to your timeline, whatever. You mainly want to use it for going down here, where you get this time bubble on cast. So it creates this little purple dome around you. And then you can increase its duration by a lot. And then with this node here, the time bubble is cast on top of you, and it will follow you. And so you can kind of just bring it around with you. And the reason why that's really cool is because you get nodes here. They give you 20% attack speed, which applies to your throwing attacks. And then you get a shit ton of leech. So I get another 2% generic leech and 200% increased health leech. So I think that's going to be really big. If you're playing crit, you could also grab crit nodes here. But we'll increase the duration. This makes the effects apply for 2 seconds after the bubble's gone. So with this setup right here, you have almost 100% uptime, and I still have 2 points left. So I'd probably grab that node, just so I don't have to deal with accidentally making enemies disappear. It's just going to apply instantly. And then grab 1 cooldown recovery node, and I think I'll have 100% uptime. So I think that leech is just going to be really, really nice, especially with how much hammers I'm having out at a time, that it's just going to constantly be bringing me off to full. Okay, so now we have the question. I can auto-cast Abyssal Echoes with Void Cleave, which is going to be an instant cast. So what do we get if we do run Abyssal Echoes? We have enough buffs here. Okay, so I don't care about the Void Cleave damage. I don't actually care about the damage itself of Void Cleave. I just want to see what benefits it would give me. Okay, so this is the one I was thinking about, but it says I have to directly use Abyssal Echoes, but this would give you a bunch of extra attack speed, which would apply to your throwing attacks. But I don't want to use it manually. That's going to be too many buttons to press. I don't think it's going to be worth it. I mean, the other stuff is it makes enemies take 24% increased damage over time. And then the rest is going to be armor shred related, and I don't care about that. So I could get the 24% increased damage over time. And that's probably it, because I'm never going to manually cast it. It's also going to cost a shit ton of mana. I don't think Abyssal Echoes is going to be the play then. I think we're going to actually want to go either Sigils or Healing Hands. So the perk of going Healing Hands is we can use it as a movement skill to make us immune while moving. It doesn't give us a whole lot other than that, though. Because all the rest of the stuff is healing related, which we don't need because we have a shit ton of leech. Alright, sorry guys, my wife's talking to me. Love your builds, brother. Mad Lightning is one of my favorites. Do you think anything needs to change with that? Also curious if you think Disintegrate will be good this season. Hey, thanks, Cold. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys didn't get the memo, I'm gonna make a build, or I'm gonna make a video on it. Mad Lightning got nerfed like 8 different ways. So it sucks, but it's also kind of a compliment from the devs that they felt my build was good enough that they needed to nerf it like 8 different ways. So they added cooldowns to a bunch of the word generation on hit stuff. So the reason why the build is so good is because I had like 300% cast speed, and I could just get so many of them out to proc the ward coming back to me so fast, that it just gave me insane amounts of ward. So they added like a 1 second cooldown to almost all of those procs. So instead of hitting like 10 times a second procking it, I get 1 of those. On top of that, the Runic Invocation that I was using that gave me a bunch of ward and they gave me 25% damage reduction, it no longer gives you 25% damage reduction. So that's another defensive layer you lost. And then the real big killer for it is the node. Hold on. Let me show you it real quick. So the node on Lightning Blast right here closed circuit. So this used to give you 100% crit chance because it could stack, and you were casting so fast that I didn't need to put crit on any of my gear. I could just go full damage. Now, if you look at the very last line, this buff cannot stack. So they added a new thing where it no longer stacks, and it also nuked the damage, because now instead of a bunch of spell damage and crit multi, I have to get crit chance. So I think it's still going to be an okay, decent, like mid-tier build. It's just not going to be like a top tier build anymore, I don't think. Sadly. Okay, with this build, I think Sigils of Hope makes the most sense. I am gonna need some passive points here, though. Sadly, I don't get Void Pen here. The attunement doesn't do a whole lot for us, but the Ellie res could be kind of good. We could also get the block effect. Let's do the block effectiveness. I don't really need the heals, and so I think I'm gonna do the rest in the res. The spell damage would actually apply to the Ravaging Aura, so that wouldn't be terrible. We could also get Endurance here, but it's only going to give us 14%. That's like almost nothing. The Blind Chance might be kind of nice, though. Even if I just got like 1 point in there, I think that would be kind of worth it. Okay, I think we go something like that. Yeah, I'm hitting so fast that 5% Blind Chance would be kind of nice. And then the spell damage applied to Ravaging Aura. That'll give us access to Sigils of Hope. Good info, thanks. Of course, man, of course. What are some solid cycle starter suggestions? So right now what I'm building is those of you guys that are new to the chat, I'm building a Void Knight using Hammer Throw with Disintegrating Aura. So that creates a damage over time aura around each of my hammers, and then I slow down the projectile speed, and I make the hammers orbit around me so they stay with me. So this is the starter build I'm setting up for Void Knight. I'm going to be doing all of the classes, though, if I can, Brownlee, or at least the ones I enjoy. But if you have a class that you would like to see something on, or a specific skill, I'm happy to theorycraft your guys' builds for you. So we're going to be doing this for like the next 2 days. It's just doing theorycrafts all day. So, all right, sigils. You basically have to go up here and grab these nodes. That gives you an extra +1 sigils and 8-second duration. That's going to be massive. Since I am going block, I'm probably going to want to grab the block chance sigils or nodes here. Because you get 3 sigils total, so that's 4. So that's 12% block chance, basically. And then I probably want to go for the chance on kill to cast sigils, and that'll give me extra damage. And then if I go up here, it's going to convert the fire damage to void damage, and then the generic percentile damage is converted to void as well, which will apply to all my damage over time stuff. I think that will be really big. Sadly, I can't get to the other sigil here. I won't have enough room. I can either get extra duration or a little bit extra damage. I think the duration's probably going to be fine. So I think I'm probably just going to go for the extra damage there. I think probably something like that. And then I don't want the Abyssal Echoes here. So I could grab the extra Void Res Shred. I think that's going to be pretty big. I don't really need the Ravaging Aura is going to leech automatically for me. I don't need the extra leech nodes there from it. So I think I'm going to grab the extra Void Shred. And it's on a cooldown. I need to get to 10 Void Res stacks anyways. So I think that's probably the play. Alright, so that's our skills. We got the uniques that we wanted to go for. So now let's start planning out those rares. Isn't Blind Chance a bit of a trap? You want it for the big hitters that crit, and big hitters can't be blinded, right? So let's look at it. Let's just do it this way. They changed some stuff on blind too. So I want to take a look at it. Was it just on ailment list? Yeah. So blinded enemies cannot critically strike. Did they update this? Oh, they did. Okay. Yeah, so what it used to do is it used to half the critical strike. Hey, Kane, thanks for the resub, man. I appreciate you. How's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome. For 5 months, dude. Dang. Okay. How you doing, Kane? So now they have 100% less critical strike, which basically makes it so they can't critically strike anymore. So it doesn't say anywhere that they can't be blinded, but let me take a look in game really quick. Let me see if it's different on the actual in-game guide. So this part's going to be changed, but when enemies ability target point by enemies to so this part doesn't apply anymore. Yeah, it doesn't say anywhere that it can't blind bigger enemies. But you know what? It doesn't actually matter anymore because it doesn't make them fire all over the place anymore, and I already have 100% reduced critical strike chance. So I think that part, it actually does make it not worth it. That's fair. We'll just we'll grab that. Yeah, I forgot that they got rid of that part of it. Because what it used to do is, like, when enemies would fire projectiles, they couldn't aim them as well, and so they would miss you a lot of the time, but that no longer really matters. So we'll just grab the extra spell damage. That's updated. Hey, Loaf, what's up? I'm fine, mate. Last few months were completely hectic, but I'm still here. How are you? I'm doing good, man. I'm tired. So those of you guys that didn't know, I went on vacation. We did a family reunion with my family out in Bear Lake in the States. So I've been on a lake for the last few days. I'm very exhausted. And then we drove back, and we didn't get back until like 3 in the morning. And then we had a funeral to go to. My wife's grandpa passed away, and we had to go to the funeral at like 9 a.m. So I got like no sleep that day. So I'm a little tired, but I want a theory craft, so we're here. We're here. Can all enemies be blinded? If yes, then it's an OP stat. It's not as OP anymore unless you're like guaranteeing that you're blinding everything, just because it only just reduces the crit. And if I have 100% crit reduction, it doesn't matter anymore. So just from the two bases here, I'll have 100% reduced bonus damage taken from crits. So it's a good stat early game, though, when you don't have access to crit reduction. I read the patch notes today. Pretty great changes. Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff. A lot of new stuff. Let's see you in yours. Hey, thank you. What's up? Sorry to hear that. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, he was ready. He was ready. You know, it was pretty hard for the kiddo though. It's the first time he's ever lost anybody, so he took it pretty hard. But yeah. All right, let's find out these rare items. And see, so for the helmet, I'm probably going to want something that just gives me, like, generic percent void damage. I don't care about the echo damage itself, because I don't think it counts as disintegrating auras as echoes, even if they're applying on the echoed hammers. So I'm probably going to be looking for something that gives me secondary void damage, like this. This one's also really good because the void spell damage is going to apply to Ravaging Aura, even though it doesn't apply to Disintegrating Aura. So that's a really good option. Okay, I'm gonna highlight that one for now. I do kind of want to get levels to Volatile Reversal. I can't remember which item that's on. Oh, it's this one right here. And that also gives me void damage. So this is also a very good option. I think that's pretty much it. Like, Vitality's nice, whatever. We could do void damage over time. But it's pretty close. So we'd lose like 15% damage from grabbing one of the other options. But the other options give us other benefits. So I think this is the play. It's doing that. I'm gonna do all the prefixes first, guys. I wanna lay out the prefixes, and then I'll see kind of what res I need and whatnot. Oh, let's do the blessings real quick, actually, too. So I don't need the Void Shred, because I'm going to be getting that from Void Cleave. I think that's fine. For the +2, we want the attack speed. Okay. I don't actually want the Void Shred. I don't need crit multi. What I'll probably do is just the void damage. I have enough leech, and most of my damage is damage over time anyways. I don't really want the throwing damage, so I'll probably just do the percentile void damage. Especially since void res is like pretty much already capped, so. Chance to stun's really good. Lightning res can be good. Those are probably the only two I care about. What's my lightning res at? Lightning res is 15. At least early on, I think it's going to be better to go lightning res, so I don't have to worry about it. Chance to slow. Okay, so I already have 100% reduced damage from critical strike just from bases, so I'm going to avoid that. So I'm probably going to go all res to make things a little bit easier. That caps a shit ton of stuff, and the more suffixes I can free up means I can just health stack to the moon. I think that's probably the play. It'd either be that or just doing like poison res, but I think all res would be better. What's my armor at currently? 53%. I think I can get it to 85. I think I'm going to go percent armor. I could also go block chance actually though too. Those are probably the two best options. What's the armor put me at? 59. That is a pretty big bump. I'm going to try to do it without it and see where I can get to, because that block chance would be massive. That puts me at 40% right there. This guy, we're probably going endurance. 30% is just too hard to give up on. It'd either be endurance or flat armor. But we want to endurance cap anyway, since we're going to be health stacking mostly. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't really want to use this shield. The ward's going to make the endurance not apply. I think it's going to be really strong early game, but I think outside of early game, I just want to use a normal shield. And just go like a iron glass shield for the 35% block chance. That puts me at 50%. The 37% mitigation. Okay. Yeah, let's do that for now. Alright. And less uniques is better too. I won't start playing till day one. I'm waiting for your build. Yeah? Is this the build you're using to raise? I'm just trying to make a build for each thing, for each class, or at least the classes I find fun. I 3-crafted a Falconer build that's going to be really strong yesterday. I can show you guys. Void Knight's pretty good. It's not quite as strong as Rogue early on, but it requires almost no gear. So I've played both of these builds. But there's a couple options I have. I'm stuck on like 3 builds, I think, that I want to try. Some are more of a gamble than others. So yeah, I don't know yet. But this is gonna be a really good option, honestly. Okay, so we're looking for. So we could also do this guy like we did on the other one. That's a pretty good option. And then we probably go void damage over time, unless there's another skill that gives us similar damage. Yeah, so we'd go like that. I think those are the prefixes we want. Alright, let's look at the amulet. Amulet, nothing's really changed. We're gonna go probably void damage and probably void pen. You could also go damage over time instead of void pen. I do get a lot of void pen from here, but I think that's probably still better than doing the damage over time. Because it should be the same numerical value. It should go up to like 70% on damage over time. Yeah, same numerical value. So you could go void damage or damage over time. They're going to be pretty similar. Void damage is slightly better because we are doing some flat hit damage technically too. That'd probably be better. Do they buff shield bash enough to use? Maybe. They did add this cool new item, which if you go to one-handed axes, so they added this item right here, which is basically a shield. So now you can dual wield shields. It technically counts as a one-handed axe, but it gives you block chance and block effectiveness, and then gives you the shield bash stuff. I get this on test server and play around with it a little bit, but I don't know. Singularity build. No, this is the Disintegrating Aura with Ravaging Aura setup. I was talking to you about, Zeker. That axe is cool, yeah. How you doing, Zeker? What's up, man? Yeah, so I'm just putting everything into a new planner here. We probably just want mana regen on here. I at least have some with void damage. That's probably the play. And then we'll get a sealed cleanse. That should be pretty easy to do. Yeah, perfect build for Singularity. What node's Singularity? What are you talking about? When I think Singularity, oh, I was thinking it was that node. Yeah, I can't remember the name. Which one's that? I mean, I'm putting Aberrant's Command in here. Is that the ring? No, it's not. Yeah, remind me what the idol. Oh, that's true. See, that's why we have friends. You scale flat, but don't scale crit, right? Yeah. You're right. 100%. And I got little idols here to fill in anyways. Yeah. You right. Hey, when you are right, you're right. So yeah, that's a fair call out. Because we are going to be scaling a bunch of flat damage. So you guys haven't seen much of it yet because we haven't got to the slots yet. Oh, actually, I'm an idiot. On the amulet, by the way, instead of void damage, I forgot that you get throwing damage on here. Yeah, so you're going to want exalted throwing damage because on the disintegrating aura, it scales with the throwing damage. I forgot we already did a piece that could get throwing. And then on the rings, we are going to want to go throwing damage there and throwing attack speed probably. We'd have to feel out how the throwing attack speed feels, but I think that's probably going to be the play, at least on one of the rings. The other option would just be like void damage. And then on the erased here, you're going to want to try to get flat throwing damage. That'd probably be the play. How you doing, Zeker? Have you decided what you're playing yet? Then on the gloves, we're going to want to go throwing damage and probably throwing attack speed as well. This guy, we want movement speed, vitality probably. Okay, so I think that'll give us all our prefixes. Let's add in these other idols now that we kind of are seeing where our res is going to be. I'm probably going to want to just go damage over time, poison res. Everything else is kind of already capped. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck on a couple different builds, Zeker. I'm not sure what I want to go for yet. We'd probably be going Exalted Block Chance. Actually, probably just regular Block Chance and oh, that's a suffix I'm thinking of. We just do Block Chance, Block Effectiveness. Looks like it. Right now. Okay. So I need a little bit of res, and I need a little bit of endurance threshold. So I need about 15% or endurance. I need 15% endurance. And then we need a couple percentile armors. I think what we're going to do... The helmet, you definitely want percentile health, and I think I'm going to go for armor. What's the armor at? And do the percentile node. Oh, whoops. I put on the same one. And I'm going to do the same thing on here. You want that percentile armor, or percentile health, percentile armor. We're up to 63% now. This guy, we're going to go for double health. I'm probably going to prioritize the Exalted node on hybrid health. I try to only plan my gear with one Exalted node. We're going to want the hybrid health here, then probably armor. Up to 66% now. Okay. This guy will also want the hybrid health we can get here. And then I'm probably going to put Frailty on here. Honestly, I hit so fast, though. I could probably do that as the Seal Defix. No, because I want it on the Seal Defix to go the Experimental mod. Put as T4. That should be pretty easy to get. Yeah, going Skelly Mages? Skelly Mages? Are you going, just, like, scaling their hit damage, or are you using one of their abilities they can cast? Gotta go for today. Excited to see your new builds, Loaf. Hey, thanks, Kane. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here, brother. I haven't played since patch notes that fixed the Primeless Gathering Storm, Friends of the Storm node. Did you ever experiment with that one after this the fix? The Friends of the Storm node. No, I didn't. I played Gathering Storms, but I did a tornado version, scaling the lightning bolts. But I didn't do it with any minions really, so I didn't get to mess around with Friends of the Friends of. Or are you talking about? Were you talking about this one? Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Friends of the Tempest, yeah. So yeah, I didn't get a chance to mess around with that yet. Okay, and then on here, you can actually get all res, which is pretty good, but you could also get damage taken on block. That's probably going to be what I want the Exalted node to be. And then probably all res. I'll cap my fire res, so I don't need to waste a stat on there. That's pretty good. Then I just need a little bit more poison. I guess if I get good rolls on my idols, my poison res is actually fine. I mainly just need to get a cold res node, and then everything else can go into health. So we'll put it on the amulet, probably. Actually, no, I don't want to do it on the amulet. I want to do it on the rings. And then I need an endurance node here. No, let's do block chance. And then we'll put the endurance node I need on here, so that way I can get another block chance. Okay, and then if I get a good roll, that's going to cap me out on endurance. And that'll give me a bunch more block, too. So I'm at 67% block. 69 if I got really good rolls. And then on here, I can actually get double health with the stun avoidance, which isn't too bad. See what we can get our health, too. I could get movement speed if I get exalted on that. I'm not too worried about it, though. I mainly just use Volatile Reversal on bosses. I think I'm more likely to want, if I get like one Exalted node, to be increased health. We're going to get really good gear, though. We're going to have more than one Exalted node on a lot of our gear, even if you're playing the COF. I think I'm probably going to do the same thing here. And the rest of those are Exalted already. I normally do my LP up to rare, so I can put 2 LP on this. So we'll probably have void damage on here, wouldn't be bad. Nothing else really applies to our throws. Yeah, we have void damage or damage over time. For the suffixes, we could get void pen. Yeah, that's probably what I'd do. I'd probably go like this. That'd be like ideal. This one's so random, I don't really want to put a whole lot on there, but we'd probably just be looking for, look at the levels real quick. And we could do hammer throw. I'm not too worried about hammer throw levels though. We'd get a little bit of throwing attack speed basically. That's the only thing we'd really gain from that. I think honestly I'd just go void. That would be like what I'd be shooting for. Yeah, my bad on name. Oh, you're good, man. Yeah, no, sadly I haven't got to mess around with it yet. I'm doing Profane Ablation. You had an Archmage version, sort of similar, but different. Royce, did you hear that? Zekr's still in my build, dude. Hey, can you guys go report him on the forums? No, I actually saw some tech from Zekr on this build. Because he was the one that was telling me about doing Void Cleave with the Void Fuse projectiles. So, alright, we'll call it even, Zekr. We'll call it even. We'll call it even. And you helped me add Singularity, so, because I'm brain dead. And I forget to check unique idols. I'm moody. Alright. I think that's pretty good, honestly. Not too bad. Yeah, so probably what I would, I'm weird and I like my force skill to be my main skill. So probably what I would end up doing is swapping, Volatile Reversal for a movement skill during Echoes. Yeah, then Anomaly. But we also have the dodge, so I'm not too worried about it, but yeah, I'd probably just be swapping this for Lunge. But with the new Evade, like, I think bosses are going to be fine. Volatile Reversal just has a lot of damage. I think that's how we'd set it up. You always do your movement skill on W. So I bind my force skill to my mouse, which is why I'm weird. And because it's the farthest one away for me to click. And then I normally do my movement skill here on my right click. And then I normally do buff skills I almost never click on 3, which is Sigils of Hope. And then my other buff skills I normally do on these 2. So if anybody wants it, there's the early version. That's Void Knight. I need to update my my hotbar here. Cool. Is there any builds that anybody would like to see me theorycraft before I just move on to the next one I'm planning on doing? Oh, if you guys wanted to see too, this is the other build I was theorycrafting. So just playing Puncture with nets, autocasting, doing Bleed, using Smoke Bomb as a movement skill, Dive Bomb for mana, and then Falcon. So this is probably the easiest one for me to level as, and if I was like trying to bum rush the boss to get like the first boss skill, it'd probably be this guy. I love moon skill and right click. I was starting to think I was an idiot since I never see anyone else do that. Yeah, it can be easy to accidentally click it. I think that's why people do it. Totem, shaman. Oh no. Oh no, bro. I'm gonna be honest, boys. I've played totems like once. I've played totems like once. What do they change on shaman? I know avalanche was like the big one, right? Why is that not opening up? There we go. Avalanche's base functionality has been reworked. No longer is a channeled spell. By default, costs 50 mana. Creates one large boulder. The target location. Won't be upset if you say no, thank you. Maelstrom Earthquake. I think most people are honestly going to be going for this. I think a lot of people. I think Dread's playing Shaman. A lot of people are going to be doing Avalanche Earthquake with Maelstrom. Yeah. I'll tell you, if somebody really wants Shaman, you guys can do your point redemption. I'm not super into it just because just because I feel like that's what everyone's going to be playing, because it's like the new thing. So let me go over some options I was thinking about, and then if you guys have any other unique ideas that look cool, I'll do that. But Shaman's like pretty low tier for me. So some of the cool shit that I really like, I did mess around a little bit with Palaris's Sacred Light, where you have the chance to cast Smite on melee hit. So that's pretty cool. The only downside is it's pretty squishy, because how, at least I was building it, was I was using Warpath, because that counts as a melee hit, and you get the auto cast for Smite each second from there. Gives you a bunch of extra spell damage, and so that's interesting. And you could also play that as Ignite, and then if you're playing as Paladin, you also get access to Holy Aura, which gives you Flame Burst. So that's one of the things. If you guys haven't seen yet, I think Sorcerer is going to be the new meta mage setup. And they added a whole bunch of extra nodes. So you have this right here, the 5-point bonus, where you get ward per second per 10 maximum mana. That's super, super good. They added a chance to cast Spark Charge with a skill that costs over 40 mana. That's a 100% chance for that. This is probably the biggest node, where you get extra spell damage and a chance to refund a percentage of the mana cost. And then that effect is tripled if you have over 1,000 mana, which is pretty easy to get mana stacking. And they added a thing where mana spent is gained as ward, and you get percentile mana. So Mana Stacker Sork is going to be really, really big. So those are probably the two other builds I was looking at, is playing Mana Stacker Sork or Paladin. Some of the other uniques that really caught my eye too, if you guys haven't seen it yet, Celestial Doom looks really cool. So percentage of mana spent gained as maximum mana for 5 seconds up to 500. So you can get extra 500 max mana. You cast Doom Pulse when you directly cast a Fire, Cold, Lightning, Necrotic, or Void spell. I think less people are going to be using this, and they're mainly just going to be using this to buff themselves and give themselves extra mana. But you get a bunch of like plus spell damage for 10 max mana for Doom Pulse, crit multi for 1% increased mana regen for Doom Pulse, which you're going to get a bunch of mana regen from stacking mana from this node, where you get 5% mana regen per 100 max mana. So that's pretty cool. Playing Doom Pulse stuff. The other item that looked really, really cool to me, is it a spear? AC1, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. How's it going? Does Bulwark get better with new Urquick? I'm not 100% sure, honestly. Not worth if you weren't super into it, yeah. I'm stupidly obsessed with Breaking Friends of the Tempest, but I'm a fan of a Hopeless Tunnel Vision, yeah. Static Orb good yet? Yes. Yes. I would love to Theorycraft Static Orb with you guys. I haven't done a Theorycraft on it, but I have the idea of which direction to go. You guys want to do Static Orb? What are you Theorycrafting? I've done a couple things so far. So I've done a Falconer build, and then I've also done a VK build. Are there non-sort classes that can abuse mana stacking? Yes. You can do it on Paladin, and you can do it with playing Smite with Devotion, where you get increased spell damage per 5 missing mana. Are you guys down to do a Static Orb build? Let's do that. I don't like how that's keeping... There. Static Orb has me really excited, honestly. Anything with Avalanche? That's probably going to be one of the most popular builds, is the new Avalanche stuff. Hey, you guys want to see Static Orb? Let's go over to patch notes here real quick. Let's look at the Static Orb changes just so it's fresh in our mind. I don't know why these aren't working properly. You have to like refresh the page and then it works. Okay, so they actually pre-nerfed this slightly because of how good it's going to be. So Overcharge Detonation grants 2% more hit damage per 1 mana cost from 3%. So that was the only change to Static Orb itself, but I think it's honestly still going to be absolutely busted. So the reason why we need 5 points in a Sork, but you have this node right here where damage per maximum 20 mana plus 1%. And then you also have this node right here where orb hit damage per 1 maximum mana. I think you probably don't use this one though, and you just go orbiting. You just use the orbiting guys. I don't know if you'd want to use it just because it's going to explode on hit. But you can make, so the downside of using this is it costs a percentage of your mana. So basically every time you use Static Orb, it's going to cost 20% of your mana with all 5 points. But with the new Sork nodes over here, you can get a bunch of that refunded. And so I think you can actually sustain this really well. And if you needed to, they buffed focus on the negative mana node, I believe. Let's see if we can find it real quick. Hold on. The burst of mana and ward that occurs after channeling for 1 second now also recovers 10% of missing mana. So if you have 1,000 mana, and you're almost empty and you tap it while you're at negative mana, it's giving you an extra, 100 mana back instantly, basically. So that's really good. Oh yeah, I think there's some cool here. I'm just interested in doing Shaman Avalanche. Leveling might be tough. Dread, I think, is planning on doing Avalanche, Ben. Okay, let's go through this really quick. So I want to play a Mana Stacker with lightning damage is kind of the essential thing here. Stacking intelligence. So we'd want all the intelligence nodes here with the res. Okay, let me show you the uniques first, actually. So the unique that's got me really excited for Static Orb is this guy right here. So it gives you good base spell damage, gives you a little cast speed, it goes up to -4 mana cost, which is good, and then you get +3 level of lightning spell skills. Tendrils with Static Orb, you get an extra 5 of the tendrils that like shoot out and shock enemies and like deal damage. And then when you evade, you cast Static Orb for 90% of its mana cost. So you don't even have to cast Static Orb. Include the negative, so 1,000 max at -10% would cover 200 mana. I don't think so, Edgar. I'd have to test it, but I don't think it works that way. Going Elementalist again. Are you meaning Sork or which one? Shadow. So this wand is actually insane, and then it gives you 35% increased cooldown recovery speed for evade. So I think you can evade every 2 seconds. So you just get this auto casting Static Orb every 2 seconds. So I think this is gonna be really, really big. So that's got me really excited, honestly. Let me think if there's any other uniques that could be like super insane. I think I want to go Ward Mana Stacker, so I don't think I want to do Fractured Crown because you can't have Ward, but it does give you 30% increased mana, which is pretty nice, and the crit multi. But they have a new helmet. I just want to make sure none of these do anything. They have a new helmet they added right here, the Seed of Ecdrasil, which gives you a bunch of mana regen, damage dealt to mana before health, which is going to be one of your main defenses. And then Endurance applies to all damage dealt to mana, which is really big. And then you gain maximum health gained as Endurance threshold. And you also have a chance to take 0 damage. So this is a really cool helmet. So that could be an option. A defensive option, at least. The other option would probably be playing Prismatic Gaze for the base crit. So probably one of these two. I'm probably going to lean towards this one just because it's new. I think this is going to be harder to get, though. It's a random drop, I believe. And LP2 is very rare. I think it's going to be kind of hard to get. So, yeah, I don't know, but I don't think this is going to be too bad. Because LP1's common, it requires level 45. I'm guessing this is going to be pretty easy to get. Yeah. Chest armors, we obviously have prism wraps, which is really good. Probably the best armor though is going to be Unstable Core because it gives us 120 mana, a bunch of damage. It's on a good base. It gives us 14% increased mana, and it gives us +1 to skills. So you kind of just ignore this part, especially if you get this one with LP. And I'm planning on playing Trade next league. I think that's probably the play. I think this is what we're going to want there. We can make a build version with almost no uniques too. Doing this, these are just kind of luxury items. If we're mana stacking too, we're eventually going to want a Orion's Eye because it gives us 150 mana, and then also gives us we don't have to stack Void Res. This new amulet's pretty good too, but we can't use it because of the evade. Losing 20% current health and ward would be probably too much. So you'd probably want that. We'd be playing crit, so we'd probably want to go Catalyst. I don't think we'd want to go Enigma. So kind of similar to the lightning, the Mad Lightning build. I think the Spark Charges are going to help with the clear a lot for this build, especially since we're getting all those extra tendrils that are going to be hitting everything really fast. I think we're going to be able to apply Spark Charges pretty good with this. Heading out, want to say thanks for all you do. Always a pleasure to hear you think out loud about Last Seed Block. Hey, thanks, Edgar. I appreciate that, man. The Merchant Guild, you can trade directly with other members, right? Yeah, you can trade directly, or you can trade on their auction house. Yep. The mana spent gained as ward is kind of cool. The increased armor. This could be good. It's got potential. Strand of Souls is also really good, though. Gives you that 70% word retention. So the reason why I'm thinking about playing Ward while also going Endurance is because the Ward doesn't stop Endurance from working. It just stops it from working on health. And so with the new helmet, you can apply your Endurance to your mana pool, and then you can take a bunch of damage dealt to mana before health nodes. And so the Endurance could still apply to that, and then if you lose your ward, it would apply to your health pool as well. I don't know if I'm trying to dip into too many options here. But the reason why I'm thinking about going more ward-centric too is because of Sorcerer. You have the new ward per second per max mana, which is really nice. And then you also have a ward decay threshold per intelligence. And I'm planning on stacking intelligence. So those are some of the things I'm thinking about. These rings will be really good for this build because it gives you 2% base crit and 8% increased mana, and these are going to be super, super common. So they're a level 14 ring with a very common or just a common drop chance. So I think you're going to have like 10 of these before you finish going through the campaign, honestly. Onto the Race is also a good option because it gives you the increased health and mana. You just lose the crit. So if you get a really good Font to the Erase, that could be an option. And then, like, super, super late game, you could go for Red Ring of Atlaria for the damage reduction, because I want to be int-stacking. But I think I plan on using these guys. I think this build endgame is going to be, like, 90% uniques, honestly, if you guys didn't notice already. But, yeah, I think early game, you're going to want to go 2 Phantom Grips. I think I'm going to need to do a planner without uniques, though. Well, at least with Enigma. Or Swaddling of the Erase is really strong. Yeah, I think that's the only unique you'd want to use, is probably Swaddling. Yo, Risky! Thank you for the 50 gifted subs, dude. Thank you, man. God, it's so good to be home. It's good to have you, dude. Thank you so much for investing in the community, guys. Guys, if you got a gifted sub from Risky, make sure you tell him thank you. Some are so expensive and gold game feels so slow. Yeah. Yeah, it can be hard. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, dude. Good luck build crafting. Hey, thanks, Wind. I appreciate you being here, man. Holy moly. Yes, sir. Welcome back to LE. Thank you, Risky. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, dude. It means a lot. If you guys don't know Risky, Risky is an IRL buddy of mine that's been around for many years, so he's a good dude. Good dude. Yeah, Risky. So far, we've done Falconer and Void Knight that we've got theory crafted. That's what we're looking at. And then right now, I'm looking at a Static Orb Mage doing Sorcerer. I think this will probably be one of the better builds. I'm more tempted just to go Eternal Gauntlets just because I'm going to struggle getting res than going Swaddling. Because on boots, because I'm instacking, I'm probably going to want to use Blood of the Exile since it gives me Movement Seed and Intelligence. But I don't know yet. I don't think there's any other good options with the new boots. The new boots are kind of whatever. I think you'd probably want to do that. We're not casting fast enough, so I don't think justifying Twisted Heart. I think we'd be better off running the Knowledge of the Erased, where you get +1 skills and you get the damage dealt to mana, and that gets the endurance applies to additional health per 10 missing mana. I think that's probably the play. So we could literally use a unique for almost every slot. It's just payment for Dota later tonight? Yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'm gonna mute the alert box for a little bit, boys. By the way, do you guys hear any music? I was messing around with some stuff for VODs to try to get rid of the music. I may need to re-add the source though, so because I'm not seeing it playing right now. I wanted to see if you guys were actually hearing any music. Okay. This is what we're working with. Let's go ahead and finish out our passive points. So we're going to go Mana Stacker, Static Orb. We'll probably grab the 2 points over there into the Mana and Health. That'll get us close enough. Do I really need the cast speed, though? All right, we'll figure out the details once I start going through the planners. Right, so I guess this is 20 points. Let's start going through Sork. So we're definitely going to want at least the 5 points here, because we're going to want to stack Intelligence for Enigma, and that'll give us the increased spell critical strike chance per Intelligence. That's going to be really big. We also want to at least get the 5 points here. That gives us the ward per second per 10 max mana. And these 6 points here. That'll give us a bunch of mana regen for stacking mana. We're going to put 1 point in there just so we get access to the leech later. This would happen every time. Ward gain per 15 current mana. We'd get 5 ward gain per 15 current mana. So, for an estimate, let's say we have 1,000 mana. So 1,000 divided by 15 is 66 times 5. So every time we cast a spell, it's guaranteed 333 mana. Hey, Asriel, thanks for the raid. How's it going? Sorry, I have alerts turned off because my buddy just gifted 50 subs, so it's been going off for a lot. But thanks for the raid, man. How's it going? How did your stream go? Were you doing some Last Epoch stuff? Hey, everyone from Asriel's stream. My name's Loaf. I'm a Last Epoch content creator. I also play a lot of other action RPGs, but mainly Last Epoch. So we're just kind of prepping for the new season coming up. So we're doing a bunch of theory crafts, just figuring out kind of what we want to play. So far, we've theory crafted a Bleed Falconer, a Void Damage Over Time VK, and now I'm working on a Mana Static Orb. Yep, first playthrough. Hey, dude, that's sick, dude. I've been playing this game for years. You can't find a better game, man. What character are you playing? So this isn't a bad node though. 333 ward per cast. It could be a nice little buffer. Get the Lightning Pen and Lightning Leech. I don't think I'm going to be self-casting. When you cast a spell, you gain Arcane Moment. So I don't think the cast speed there is going to be super big, honestly. I don't know. I'd have to play around with it. I don't know if it's going to count it when I'm using Evade to cast Static Orb. I don't know how that's going to work yet. So we'll leave it out for now. Grab some of the crit nodes to get over here. We'll definitely want the crit multi. I need to figure out where my crit chance is at before I grab too many of these. It's not too much crit chance per point. It feels like kind of a waste. We definitely want 8 points here to get the ward decay threshold per intelligence. I don't really need the cast speed. The flat damage is nice, but it's not a ton, so I'm going to hold off on it for now. This we're definitely going to want all 10 points on for the flat mana and the damage dealt to mana before health. We'll want at least the 4 points here for the Spark Charge on Static Orb. That gives us 100%. And then these nodes we're definitely maxing out. So what it does, it gives us 5 flat spell damage, and then a 35% chance to refund 20% of our mana costs. But if we have over 1,000 max mana, that's a 100% chance to refund 25 or 20% of the mana cost. So that's going to help a ton with the sustain. And then this node's going to be really big. So 9% increase in mana, and then mana spent gained as ward is at 50%. We're going to be spending a shit ton of mana with Static Orb, because it's going to be 20% of our total mana pool every time we cast that. A Rune Master focusing on mostly the fire invocation so far. The game's potentially is definitely apparent even at an early point. Nice, dude. Yeah, Rune Master is my baby until they giga nerfed my build. But yeah. Yeah, we're just kind of going through the patch notes, looking at the different options we have. And so right now I'm actually building out a sorcerer. So, but yeah, man, that's nice. Yeah, it's really fun. Dude, I love Last Epoch, man. Last Epoch's the baby. Alright, let's build out Static Orb so we kind of know what we're working with before we continue putting points in. So this is going to be the main focus of the build. It's going Mana Charge. So Static Orb is going to be doing most of the damage, and then we're going to have the Spark Charges for clear. Hey, Israel, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate you. So that's going to be 5% more damage per 20 maximum mana. So that's a crap ton of extra damage there. And then it's going to cost 20% of our mana pool. And then how I think we make it worth it is we go over here to the orbiting thing. So now instead of shooting out Static Orb and then exploding, it's going to start orbiting around us, kind of like Hammer Throw. And so even though it's costing 20% of our mana pool, instead of just hitting once, it's going to start hitting a whole bunch of times. So I think that's going to be really big. I don't know how many orbs I'm going to want yet. I'll probably put in 3 for now. I think that's probably good. And then I think I'm also going to want to grab, typically when you play Orbit, you're also going to grab the Scatterblast node. So Static Orb now has a chance to cast these little small Static Orbs that do a little bit less damage, but those orbs, I believe, should still scale with this node. I believe. I'd have to test it. But they should also apply Spark Charges. I'm not sure if I want to go Overcharge Detonation. So it gives us more hit damage per mana cost, which is insane since we're going to be doing 20% of our mana. So that's like 200 mana if we're at 1,000 mana, right? But it makes them explode on hit and they no longer pierce. So it'd be less likely to hit multiple times. So I don't know. It'd be a lot more damage per hit. It's probably just going to depend on how good our mana is. We're going to want at least 1 point here, I think, for the Lightning Aegis. So if you guys don't know, Lightning Aegis makes you deal 50% increased lightning damage and take 25% less damage to everything. So that's pretty good. So at least 1 point there, maybe 2 points to make it comfortable. But we should have an evade about every 2 seconds. The 2 points would help the overlap. The other thing I'm considering doing, if I don't ever want to cast Static Orb, is I could do the lightning blast nodes here. So after using static orb, and it's important that it says using and not casting, because it doesn't require a direct cast. So even if I'm proccing it off of the evade, it should still use or proc this. The next lightning blast cast from any source chains 2 additional times. And then the thing I'm thinking about is if you get this, you get access to the nodes over here. So for 4 seconds after using static orb, directly casting lightning blast and hitting at least one enemy will return 25% of static orb's mana cost. I think that will help us sustain the early on mana cost pretty good. And so I think this will activate it 3 times. I don't know if it counts each cast, or if I get Lightning Blast and do the quad cast, if it will proc all 3 of them at the same time. I'd probably need to test that. But probably what I would be doing with Lightning Blast, instead of playing it how I did it with Mad Lightning and using Closed Circuit and just chaining everything, I think to give us more single target damage, and because we're going to have such a massive mana pool, I would actually grab Convergence. So instead of chaining to a whole bunch of targets, it's going to count all those chains that you would have had. It's going to minus 50% of them, but now it's just going to hit the same target multiple times for 50% of your chains. And so that should apply these static charges or spark charges really fast on one target. And because we get a 240% increased explosive area on spark charge, it should do enough area damage to still clear for us. That's kind of what I was thinking. I could also get Lightning Aegis from this. I don't think I'm going to be casting it enough, though. I think I'm going to avoid that. Since I do need to manually cast this, I am going to get the quadruple cast. And then we need all the spark charge stuff. So 30% chance to spark charge on a hit, 200% increased spark charge damage, and the detonation charge. So we're basically just going to be clicking evade. That's going to auto-cast static orb for us. And then we just tap Lightning Blast occasionally, and it's just going to like do a huge Gatling gun really fast and create a whole bunch of spark charges and explode. So I think that's the premise. I'm gonna need to get a bunch of crit for static orb anyway, so I don't think I grabbed the extra base crit nodes. I don't think this applies when we're using convergence though, because we're technically not chaining anymore. So I think I can actually get the extra damage from that. Spark charge isn't going to be a majority of our damage. I don't know how much I can deal with the mana cost. If I can deal with the mana cost, I think I grab all of those, though. I could also get the chains from this, but I'm typically not going to be casting Lightning Blast in a row to maintain that. So I'm worried I won't be able to maintain those. Those will be free on the mana, but you have to cast, each time you cast Lightning Blast, it has 1 extra chain. But I think I'm mainly just going to be doing like a rotation where I'm doing Evade Static Orb, Lightning Blast, Evade Static Orb, Lightning Blast. So I don't think I'd benefit too much from this. That could be a change, though. We could just drop some of those points and go into there if I do end up casting it more. It's going to depend a lot on how this node works. There's so many good nodes on Static Orb, man. I think I'm definitely going to go levels of Static Orb. Is that on Relic? Level of Static. Gonna be Helmet then? Dang. That's gonna be harder to get. If we could get like a T6 on there, there's so many things I could get. Like, these are really, really good. Making it travel slower is not necessarily bad since it's going to be circling around us. We could also get the nodes here. They give you a more damage multiplier to shocked enemies, which pretty much everything should be shocked. So the projectile speeds should kind of counteract each other. I don't know. We'd probably either grab these or these. There's also some crit multi-nodes here. I'd have to play with it, but probably Volatile Outburst. And then, of course, if this ends up being worth it, we might go like that. But I think right now I'm going to plan on this. I think that'll be good. Okay. Other nodes, we're definitely going to be running Flame Ward. We want to increase the duration. I am going to be running Ward, so I'm going to go this way instead of up top for the ward per second. I'll give it access to word retention, probably. 50% for free is pretty nice. We want all of the reduced LE damage taken and hit damage taken. I'm tempted to go over here and grab all of the percentile of damage absorbed to your mana first. Because that's going to shield our ward and our health. Depending on how our mana sustain feels. So I think this is probably how I'd plan out Flame Shield. Yeah, it'd be too much of a point investment to go over to the armor like we did on Mad Lightning, but I think this will still be pretty good and give us the most amount of damage reduction. Okay, so the question is, do we go Teleport or Flame Rush? So if we go Flame Rush, we can get another free cast of Static Orb, but it goes in the opposite direction. Oh no, it wouldn't matter because now it's going to go around us, so it doesn't even matter if it goes in the opposite direction, right? This effect consumes mana equal to a portion of Static Orb's mana. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about it not working. That would be kind of nice, that our movement skill is going to give us a free cast, and it's going to only consume 80% of the mana. I think the evade's at 90%. Yeah, when you use evade, you cast Static Orb for 90% of its mana cost. The plus, if we go Teleport, so to kind of go over pros and cons. Teleport is going to give us a free spell. It's going to make us stun immune. And we can get a bunch of ward per intelligence, which we're going to be intelligence stacking. Well, there's some of the options. It could also give us a bunch of armor while it's on cooldown. The other plus for using teleport is on the Enigma. When you cast teleport, you apply spark charges to all enemies around the destination. So that would be really nice for just like AoE clear. I don't know if we'll need it though. Those are the pros of going for teleport. A little bit more ward, a little bit easier on mana, and more spark charge explosions. The pros for going Flame Rush, we get a free Static Orb, which will also apply spark charges with the tendrils. That's probably on par with the damage. We also get damage reduction that lasts for a duration after we exit Flame Rush, and that applies double against dots, which dots are scary, right? I think Flame Rush is probably the play. We also get Frenzy, which is really nice. I think we plan on Flame Rush. Yeah, let's finish out our tree real quick. I do need a couple points into Rune Master, so we'll definitely put the points into here for the damage reduction. The less damage taken from shocked enemies, basically. Finally a Mage 3 crafting session. Hey, what's up, Pedro? How's it going, man? Is Healing Hand still broken as hell? No. So they didn't change the damage at all, Ben, but they nerfed its ward generation by a giga fuck ton. So you won't be able to get like 100k ward anymore. They also nerfed how ward decay thresholds work and ward retention, so it's going to be really hard, I think, to even get past like 10k ward. I think there's going to be almost no builds that are over like 10k ward. Okay, so these give us mana and cast speed. The cast speed's kind of whatever with how we're setting up this build, though. And mana burst, that bonus there isn't going to apply because we're not going to be using anything that costs 0 mana. It does give us some options here for getting extra intelligence. The main thing I would be wanting is this guy over here. That's going to be kind of expensive to get there. The word per second might not be bad, though. This is also really good. Let's focus on the defense for now. Let's grab the 6 points in here. We're scaling intelligence anyways. We'll get extra word per second, which will be nice. I definitely want the 6 points here for the reduced bonus damage taken from crits. And it gives us 6 intelligence while using a catalyst, which we'll definitely be using. You gotta grab the crit multi, right? 48%. That's pretty big, man. I don't think there's anything in Spellblade that really does anything for us other than like this, which is pretty useless. That'd be the remainder of our points. We're using a wand though. 48% crit multi is really big. I could swap this out for extra points if we're in the intelligence node, or for the Runeward Cataclysm. 15% more damage against low health enemies is pretty good, especially for the big bosses. So how is Sork compared to Runemaster now? I think Sork is going to be better. They keep nerfing Runemaster drastically, and I think Sork is going to be the new top dog. Seems like everyone's going to play Sork. It looks fantastic. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. RIP healing hands then. Yeah. What's up, Zachary? How's it going? I'm drinking coffee right now, so that's what I'm hydrating with. Yeah, the big things on Runemaster is they added like cooldowns on a lot of the stuff. So like this guy, it can now only trigger the ward 5 times per second, where I was hitting like 10 times per second on Runemaster, you know? So they just added a bunch of like random cooldowns for like the ward procs, which made things kind of rough. So, and they nerfed how much ward they're giving in general. You just can get way less ward from Runemaster now. So now you can get a bunch of mana stacking stuff and then just take your damage to your mana pool. I think that's probably going to be the play. Okay. Now we got our points in. Now I can use Flame Rush. Flame Rush is, I'm going to want the Frenzy. I'm definitely going to want the cooldown recovery, the less damage taken, damage persists after. I want the speed and range so I can go farther. I definitely want to go over here where I get Static Orb in the opposite direction. Okay, those are the big points. So I could make it actually do quite a bit of damage with this node. It's kind of funny. Flame Rush deals more damage multiplicative with other modifiers per 40 current mana. So if I have 1,000 mana, that's a lot of extra damage. It might be more of a meme, though. I don't think I really care about that. I think I'd rather just have the ward. Yeah, I think I mainly just care about it. I guess I have the extra points. I might as well. We'll see how it goes. Like outside of that, I would just be getting probably like Ember Wake just to apply spark charges for me. So we can mess around with it, see how it looks. I think that's how we do Flame Rush, and then I think I would do Frostwall. So I'm looking at my other options. If I'm needing mana, I could go Focus. I'd probably go Focus early game, but I'm making more of an end game planner right now. And I think end game, I'm actually going to be okay with my mana. Even though we're costing 20% of our mana every time we use Static Orb, I'm getting a portion of that back by using Lightning Blast. And I have the node over here where once I'm over 1,000 mana, I'm getting 20% of my mana back also. And if I have a shit ton of mana, I think I'm going to be okay, guys. I think mana's going to be fine. And then we're getting a bunch of mana regen for free with this node for mana. I think mana's going to be okay. Wait, why do I still have 3 points left? Probably. Oh, it's because I switched over to lightning, and I get +3 to lightning. Yeah, so I could grab Ember Wake just for the chance to apply spark charges. Actually, if I'm going into the damage stuff just for fun, I could grab the increased area of effect so it hits more things. I don't know. I have to test this. It could be fun though. Okay. Well, let's assume mana's fine. I would want to go Frostwall. I would want to get the cleanse so I could cleanse off poisons. I'd want to go up here and grab the auto lightning blast for me. I definitely want to do that. I'd want to get the multiplier damage to chilled enemies. That's going to be really big. I'd want to grab the Frenzy and Haze duration. They fixed it so this node for Frenzy is no longer going to override the higher Frenzy. So it's going to give you whatever the best Frenzy is. It's going to keep that one for you. So if I do get this up to 6 seconds, it's just going to keep that Frenzy duration up. This will also give me Haste, which will be really nice. We definitely don't want this node. That's going to brick our flame board. I honestly really liked grabbing this node on the Rune Master for the extra ward. The other option is just to grab extra duration, which I don't think is going to be a really big problem. So I think we go like this. You can get a lot of ward on like during echoes. Either that or you just grab the extra duration in area. But probably something like that. I miss your LE streams. Glad you're back. Hey, Mal. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. It's good to be back, man. Been doing the renowned grind for the Paragon points. I got one more area, then I'm done. I got a Heartland Conquest, by the way, yesterday. Hey, grats, Zach. Grats. Yeah, Ellie, new season hype. What's up, Minthar? Yes, sir, dude. New season hype for sure. New season hype. I think this is how I'd want to build it. I'd need to build a non-unique version since I'm literally using a unique for almost every slot. Okay. Now the question, let's grab blessings real quick and then we'll go into idols. So I'm going to have a bunch of ward and I'm also going to be taking damage to my mana pool. I already have some leech in the passive tree, so I don't think I need the spell leech. I don't think I need the spell damage leech. I think I can be greedy and I think I can get the crit multi. Here we definitely want to go mana. It sucks we can't get the lightning damage, but yeah, we definitely want to go mana there. We need to get over that 1,000 mana. I also got the masterworking done for everything. Had to spend like 15 mil to go. Yeah, it can get expensive, man. It can get expensive for sure. But hell yeah, dude. What'd you get on your Harlequin? So I'm planning on getting reduced damage from crit rather than critical strike avoidance. So I'm gonna go all res. Our armor's not gonna be super crazy. We're getting endurance. How does this helmet work again? Hold on. Endurance applies to all damage dealt to mana. So I don't need endurance threshold. And I'm also getting some endurance threshold for free based on my max mana. Endurance, percentage of endurance applies to all damage dealt to mana. Yeah, so I don't need the endurance threshold. What's my armor at? Pretty low. It gives us 3% extra mitigation. I don't know. We'll look at it in a second. Maybe I go res so I can get more health on my gear. I don't know. We'll see. And then we're definitely going to want to grab the endurance for the helmet here. Yeah, because we need to cap that out. So basically, we're getting 30% damage reduction to all the damage dealt to our mana pool, is what the helmet's doing. Okay. And then for the gloves here, we're probably going to go intelligence mana. I think that's probably the play. And then we're probably going to want to get Shred here because we don't have a lot of spots to get Shred since we're using a lot of uniques. And then I really want to try to get Hybrid Health if I can. Get a little bit of health nodes. The question is, how much do we just go no health and just make all of the damage apply to our mana? That's definitely gonna be a late game strat. Anton, thanks for the sub, man. I could probably turn my sub notifications back on. Risky gifted a bunch of subs, so it was going off for a while. And thanks for the follow, man. Or thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate you. 5 months, dude. Bing, bing. How you doing, brother? Cooldown, max life, all sets. Wish I got double masterwork on cooldown or max life, but it works. Yeah. Yeah, I've got one of my regular Harlequin is triple cooldown. And then I actually got a GA cooldown Harlequin at the very end there. Later, I have a Sork idea I'll send you. Yeah. Hi, Frelly. Let's go. I'm great. How are you feeling? I'm tired because all the family reunion stuff I was doing last week. But I'm excited to be on LE, dude. I'm excited to be theory crafting. I normally don't do my theory crafts live on stream, so hopefully you guys enjoy this content. And if you guys have any ideas for theory crafting, or you think there's something I could do better on these, let me know, guys. You guys make my builds so much better by like working through it with each other. All right, let's look at idols. See what our options are. So we could add extra static orb tendrils. The big ones are probably going to be doing like mana, and then if you go down here, we can also get mana and armor. So that's percentile. So those are the ones that are probably going to end up in here. It's a really good chance to build up our armor to pretty high numbers and the mana pool at the same time. I'm probably going to have a couple of those in regardless. We could also do 4x1s for increase area. I think static orb scales with area, right? Yeah, it does. That's not terrible. But we could get a lot more 3x1s in. We didn't do that. It gives us a little bit more on the mana and armor percentages too. The other thing that's not bad is getting like the increased lightning damage, but it's like 80%. It's not more damage. I think 3x1s are gonna rule here. Let's look at our other options though, just to double check everything, see if they changed anything I didn't notice. I don't think I care too much about having the cast speed, honestly. I might throw one of these in here just for a little bit, but most of my stuff's gonna be auto cast. The Ellie res could be nice. I don't think it's gonna be that important to have the 1x3s. 1x4. Chance to shot, crit chance. I have bees on here, what the hell? Elemental bees, that's funny. Yeah, I don't think those are gonna be the play. Then we have our adorned idols. Should basically be increased lightning damage while you have lightning aegis, which is going to be all the time, or you could do ward retention, and then you could get the increased lightning damage. So it'd be a lot of lightning damage, but it'd all be percentile. I don't think those are the play. I think the way we do this, we do 3x1s. And we grab the mana. We already have a decent amount of mana spent in his wards. I don't think we need those. Yeah, this is already jumping up our mana by a crap ton. I think we go like that. I could put 1x3 for a little bit of cast speed. And then just go like Ellie res or health. I kind of want a 1x2 for extra health. I don't know how much health I'm actually going to want, though. It just depends on how the damage to mana is feeling. Is what? This helmet gives us 28%. And then we get guaranteed another 20%. So 48% of our damage right there. Plus another 9. So 57%. We have good rolls. Plus I could slam it on a chess piece. And then during Flame Ward, that would put us over 100% of our damage. It's taking to the mana pool. We might not even really need health, honestly. Plus, we're getting a bunch of ward. Maybe worrying about getting the health stacking is not too important. Maybe we just go Ellie res and then double up on it. Just so some of the cast speed feels a little bit better. It means I could drop the hybrid health on here too. Just go for the armor with less critical strike damage. Since we're getting a lot of armor for free from here. I won't mind the content, it's fine for me. I might leave to go swimming for a bit. Oh, you're good, man. What's the main spell? Static Orb? Yeah, so for this Theorycraft, we're doing Static Orb with Lightning Blast. So the reason why is they added a new wand that's going to be auto-casting Static Orb for you whenever you use Evade. And then it gives you a 35% increased cooldown recovery speed for Evade. So you should be able to do this about once every 2 seconds. Is get a free, or not a free, but a Static Orb casting out for you automatically. Plus it sends out a whole bunch of extra tendrils with Static Orb, which can apply spark charges. And then you make it so Static Orb revolves around you. So that way it's hitting multiple times. And then we're getting increased damage to our Static Orb based on our mana pool. So we're stacking mana. So we have 1,000 mana. And then we're making a bunch of our damage come out of our mana pool too. We have stuff like this. It's like 9% of damage dealt to mana before health. So stuff like that that's just going to help protect it. So that's why I don't really have a lot of health on the build. And then what we're doing with Lightning Blast is we have a note here. After using Static Orb, so even if it's auto-cast, it's after using it, the next Lightning Blast cast from any source chains 2 additional times. And then also, for 4 seconds after using Static Orb, if we're directly casting Lightning Blast, hitting at least one enemy will return 25% of Static Orb's mana cost. So that's going to help maintain the massive mana multiplier that this is adding for Static Orb. And then there's also the new passive in Sork that does something similar, where if you have over 1,000 mana, you basically have a 100% chance to refund 20% of all your mana costs. And then we're also scaling spark charges with 240% increased area by using Enigma, which will do a lot of our area clear for us to make it a lot smoother, doing big explosions. And Lightning Blast is really good at that because it gets a 200% damage multiplier for spark charges. And then instead of doing a chain setup with Lightning Blast, I'm just making it hit one target. So adding extra chains makes it basically hit additional times. And because the spark charges are exploding anyways, it's still doing area damage. So that's kind of the idea. So it's just going to be a combo of just clicking Evade every 2 seconds and then tapping Lightning Blast. That's basically the setup. It sounds complex in nature, but it should be pretty easy. Should be pretty easy to play. The question is, do we do a 2x1? The 2x1 would be for the vitality and a little bit of res. I think we actually just do 1x1s with the extra mana. Do mana Ellie res. Hey man, I'm new here. Little question. I'm a huge fan of Diablo 4. Now that I played the new season, I'm waiting for Season 5. Should I play Last Epoch? Pros and contra. Also, should I play offline or online thinking in advance? Jedi, Last Epoch is my favorite action RPG that has ever existed. I have played ARPGs since I was like 4 or 5. So I think it's definitely worth it. Last Epoch feels like an in-between of Path of Exile and Diablo. It's less complex than Path of Exile. It's easy to go in without a build guide and do your own thing if you want to. But it's more complex than Diablo at the end game, where you have a lot more build theory crafting and in different directions you can go. Every build isn't already pre-discovered before the season even starts, like it is with Diablo. Like Diablo, we already know all the builds. We already kind of know where they're going to land on the tier list of like what's meta. So new builds come out all the time for Last Epoch. It's constantly developing as we go. There's so many intricacies that you can have, but you don't have to get overwhelmed with that. As long as you have half a brain and you say, hey, I want to play with Fireball because I think Fireball looks cool. You just put fire damage on your gear, and you're going to be totally fine going through most of the campaign and most of the way through what normal players get to in an action RPG. But if you play thousands of hours like I do, there's enough complexity that you can go into much deeper theory craftings, and the end game allows you to endlessly scale into higher and higher content. I'm gonna swap out my headset battery, guys, so give me 1 second. We're gonna do that before stream. So pros, if you like playing a lot of new stuff, building your own characters, being able to try new things without being punished, where the game really encourages you to be able to respec as much as you want, then Last Epoch can be really, really exciting for that. The maybe cons is a little bit more complex than Diablo, so if you're just wanting a super basic experience, you don't want to you don't play a ton, it might be a little bit harder to get into at a base level, but it's nowhere near the extent of like Path of Exile. So absolutely I recommend it though. You already know Sorks are going to be bad in Diablo 4. The new Chain Lightning build looks pretty good, but they're probably going to Giga nerf it, so I don't know. Okay. Okay, so normally what I do when I do LP is I feel like I can comfortably get LP on stuff up to the point where it's at least rare. So like LP1 is uncommon for Orion's Eye, so I can probably get at least 1 LP on here. It's kind of how I'm generally gonna address it, so I don't add too much LP on it. So I probably want to either go like crit multi or mana. I'm gonna go with mana to be safe. So this one LP2 is rare, so realistically I'm gonna be able to get 2 LP on there pretty comfortably. Probably need a little. What's my crit at right now? 33%. So I am gonna need a bit of crit. It is with these probably counting at 1% crit though. Those are gonna give me base crit. I'm gonna need a little bit of crit probably. Weapon's a pretty good spot to get that. Let's go spell crit. Probably crit multi. Go static orb intelligence. Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to get 2 LP on that helmet. That's gonna be the downside. I'm gonna lose a bunch of intelligence for doing that. We definitely want to get intelligence on here. If I can. It might be better just to go a rare armor and be able to get multiple things here. Unstable core is gonna be pretty rare, but I don't know. This is gonna be like our end game build planner anyways. Okay, on here, these guys are very common. We're gonna get 2 LP pretty easily, so we're gonna be going for intelligence on here for sure. I need a little bit of endurance, so I need to get one of these with endurance on here. Also, guys, LP is gonna be so much easier to get in the new season, so just keep that in mind. These guys, I definitely want to go movement speed intelligence. This guy, we're gonna go for intelligence. I'm gonna put up at a T7 because it's a whatchamacallit. So it's a Weaver unique. So it's very, very common to get a T7 mod. So you're probably gonna get at least 1 T7, honestly 1 T6 mod. We'll put the other one at T5, just to be fair. That's kind of what we'd be going for. That's a bit sad on D4. After so many hours, you feel like you reach the end of the season. Okay, that's a great point. I don't mind to have a complex system. Are there differences on online and offline play? Yeah, if you're on offline, sorry, I missed the second part of your question. If you're on offline, you can't engage into the trading system, but you have 2 different factions you get to choose from. So one faction allows you to trade freely with other players, and then there's an auction house that you can use to trade. The other faction is called Circle of Fortune, and it helps give you increased drop rates. So it's really, but you can't access the trading system at all. So if you're going to be playing by yourself and you're going to be playing offline, you're probably going to want to play Circle of Fortune, get a bunch of buffs that give you increased drop rates for a bunch of stuff, and make it a lot easier for yourself since you don't have access to trade anyways. Offline's probably going to feel smoother on launch. When all the people are bombarding the server, you're not going to have any issues. That's probably the pros of playing offline. If you want to play through friends, though, if you want to play multiplayer, you can't make an offline character and then go online. There's no migrating. So once your character is offline, he's offline forever. So if you do want to play with other people, you're probably going to want to play online. I like D4 versus LE, has better graphics and moment. Gameplay, blah blah. LE is much better items and item crafting amongst unique builds. Yeah, absolutely. What changed with LP again? They just increased the how easy it is to get LP on certain rare items. I don't think anything else really changed, unless I'm wrong and I missed that in the patch. You guys can let me know. Yeah, I don't think they changed anything with LP, did they? Now filter for unique items specific legendary potential, which is great. This is all the Merchants Guild stuff. Circle of Fortune. This is the buff for legendary potential on certain items, or some of them are nerfs, but yeah, there's nothing like majorly changing with LP. You're gonna play offline, yeah. If that's the type of playstyle, it'll be a lot smoother for you if you don't typically play with other people. It's hard to beat D4 graphics with the budget they have. Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. I never really cared too much about the graphics, though, honestly, when I'm playing. So yeah, we're probably gonna want to do spell crit chance, and mana. That's probably gonna be what we're going for in here. That puts us at 72 or 88, so that's a much better crit chance. Okay, and then for this one, we're gonna want to go intelligence. I feel like there's not a whole lot other suffix-wise that I really care about, especially if I'm not really going to be stacking any health. I think we'll probably just go spell damage, honestly. What's our crit at? So we have 30%, up to 30% there. So we're at about like 66, 70%. So do we just go for that, or do we go for cooldown reduction on the belt? Cooldown reduction could be really big too. I don't know. Flat armor is going to be kind of nice. It's going to help bump us up quite a bit. That's with the increased armor from there. Okay, I think that's probably what it would roughly feel like. So we're going to have a majority of our damage being taken from our mana pool. Whenever we have Flame Ward up, it's going to be even more. The good part is we don't have to care about where any of our skill placements are. We're going to put Chain Lightning here for me. We didn't really need Lightning Blast on the bar. We didn't want to. So what we could do is, or sorry, Static Orb on the bar. We could put Snap Freeze on here instead for extra defenses. Since it's going to be auto-cast by our Evade. And then during the free time, we're going to be using Lightning Blast when we are actually casting stuff. We might still want it there. We'll put it there just in case. But I think we're probably looking like something like that. Alright, if you guys want it, here you go. This is the Static Orb build planner with what I've got so far. Let me add a favorite tab real quick. All right. So there's Static Orb. I like new blessings. They did change up blessing. Are you mana stacking the Static Orbs? Yes. Yeah. Did they optimize the performance of LE at all? Yes. By quite a bit. The launch should be much, much smoother. Yeah, on a bad mana roll or average mana roll, it's close to like 1400 mana. With good rolls, it's 1800. That's why my health's so low. Okay, what would this look like with next to no uniques? So I want to build that out really quick. So I'm going to keep the wand and I'm going to keep the offhand, and then we're going to drop everything else. So we'd probably use an Arcane Visage with intelligence. With percentile armor. Let's see. Let's put the right bases on everything first. Yeah, I'd probably use that just for the res. This guy would want to use the Regalia for the increased mana. I'd probably use the armor base over the mana base. I'm gonna keep the Phantom Grips because they're like super, super cheap. Like, definitely gonna be able to get these. I'd go Citadel Boots here. Probably the mana. Yeah. Honestly, you're gonna get like 5 of these before you even get through the campaign. If you're killing Nemesis monsters, Phantom Grips are gonna be plentiful. Can I level with that build? Not with Static Orb, with this node, because it's going to cost so much mana, and you're not going to have enough mana to increase damage. I'm probably still going to level with Glacier, because Glacier's pretty good with mana. Just tuned in, what does the build do? It's for Static Orb. So, Static Orb Mana Stacker. So you get an increased damage multiplier for per 20 max mana, but then the downside is it costs 20% of your maximum mana to cast it. You make the Static Orbs rotate around you, so since they're so expensive, that way they can hit multiple times. Also, if you've cast a Static Orb recently, your next Lightning Blast is going to have multiple chains, and it's going to refund 25% of Static Orb's mana cost to help offset the heavy mana cost. And then your main thing is you're going to be applying spark charges with Chain Lightning. That's going to be where most of the damage comes from Chain Lightning. And then there's the new unique wand where you're automatically casting Static Orb every time you evade. And with the cooldown recovery node, you can get it to about 2 seconds. So you're actually never casting Static Orb. You're just using Evade every 2 seconds to cast free Static Orbs. And then you're casting Lightning Blast. With the Enigma offhand, it's going to create the Spark Charges to have a very large explosion to do your area clear for you. And it's going to scale it with Intelligence. So you're going to be Intelligence stacking for the damage. And then you're making it so a percentage of the damage you take is coming out of your mana pool instead of your health. And then you also get a shit ton of extra ward by a bunch of other stuff coming out from the build. I wish I could give you my 4 LP Fragment of the Enigma. I wish I could get one early on. That'd be sick. So yeah, I just made a like full like endgame version of the build with like a bunch of crazy uniques, and now I'm just looking at like what it would be on a cheaper budget. Kind of what we'd be going for. So these 2 uniques are going to be pretty important to get, obviously. And then these ones are like super, super, super common uniques. So I'm going to leave those in the build, but I took out all the like expensive shit. So yeah, these literally drop like candy. The reason why we use them, I know a lot of you guys are confused because there's a lot of like minion stuff on here. They give you 2% base crit, and they give you 8% increased mana. Those are the only 2 stats that matter on there. It is really, really big for a ring. Rings really don't give you a whole lot of other stats. So percentile mana and percentile crit is really good. So super late game if you're like really rich and you could use a font of the erase, but the big ring is you could also throw in a red ring of Atlaria, and that will give you 10% damage reduction. So if you want more damage, these are going to be better. More damage reduction, red ring of Atlaria is pretty good. Why are they so easy to get, the Phantom Ring? They're a level 14 ring, so they generally just have a higher drop chance. And any leveling unique is going to be so much easier to get with the new Nemesis system. So if you guys haven't seen it yet, you're going to run into these Nemesis monsters. Once you get to a certain like area, they're going to start spawning on every single zone. And when you go confront the Nemesis monster, he's going to give you 4 items if you kill him. One of those items is guaranteed to be a unique. So early on, there's not that many uniques to choose from. And so it's going to be really easy to get like the low level uniques. And then when you kill him, you have the option to either drop what he's showing you or you can empower it. So you're honestly probably going to have quite a few of these with legendary potential or with already slammed legendary stats before you even get to endgame. Use 30 bits. I didn't even know that was a thing, dude. Thanks for the biddies. Thanks for the biddies, Risk. Is my alerts not turned on yet? I thought I turned them back on. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna do a test. Okay. Yeah, it says it must not be set up for the bits for some reason right now. But thank you, Risk. I got the hydrate with the coffee, brother. Sensor. Yeah, right. That's funny. I didn't even know that thing existed. I'm gonna play some Dota. Still listening. Sent you that planner for the idea I had. Whenever you get to it later. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. But yeah, that's why it's gonna be so easy to get the Phantom Rings. So, most of the other stats are for forged weapons, but yeah, they're still just gonna be best in slot by far. All right, let's fill out some of these stats that we're missing. So intelligence, we're probably gonna want lightning crit multi, but I want to double check everything here. Lightning crit multi. We could also get damage before dealt to mana before health. Yeah, actually, we're probably gonna want to do that since we're not gonna have the helmet early on, so that'll help us a lot with our defenses. Probably take priority over the lightning crit multi. You could also get spell crit here if you have over 300 mana, which is gonna be really easy. That's gonna be a good way to get early crit, and a lot of it. Mana, flat mana's not bad. There's so many good options. Mana spent gained as ward, lightning crit multi, so many good options on the chess piece, honestly. I think early on it's gonna be better to get the spell crit for like a sealed mod. We'd probably go like that. And then for suffixes, we're gonna want armor. The flat armor is pretty close. We go up to 142 versus a 165, so you might as well just go for this one just to make sure you're good. Yeah, we're at 50% armor mitigation. I guess we're like super overkill though. Yeah, we'll put one of these in here. Okay. That's 52. I think that's the only armor roll that goes on the belt, right? Yeah, okay. So we can get a little bit of res on here. Here we're gonna go lightning damage. I don't think any of these really matter. The extra slot. Like mana regen's really minute at this point. So we probably just grab our cleanse here and not worry about sealing it, and that way we can add another suffix. Pretty low on poison res. We'd probably go poison res, and then we can even seal another res on there. So like void res. Okay, percentile armor. We're gonna want another res on here too. Those are gonna be a little bit harder to get. Probably just do void res there too. Yeah, with the amulet, we don't need any void res. Okay, and then I think we needed cold res, right? Yeah, cold res was the lowest one. Although honestly, if we get an Ellie res roll, it might be close enough. It's pretty close. Yeah, if we have a good roll, I think that's honestly fine. And we put a necrotic roll on here. Yeah, that puts our necrotic. So we're probably just gonna want a poison fizz on the amulet. Or honestly, we're gonna want a shred. We're gonna want another shred roll. Or crit out right now. Yeah, we're pretty good at crit. They'd probably just go crit multi. And then, as long as we have a good roll on the bone amulet, our fizz res should be overcapped. So, yeah, we probably are all right there. Oh, now the alerts are coming through. I think that was actually a sub on YouTube. So thanks for the sub on YouTube, guys. So is this the equivalent of the old man lightning build? We're trying. There is no overkill in war. Accuracy increases exponentially with the amount of munitions used. True. You think you'll be able to hit the pinnacle boss consistently enough with static orbs that circle you? Yeah, so typically you want to be actually in melee range of bosses. If you've ever played Dark Souls, it's going to make a lot more sense, especially now that we have an evade mechanic. So when bosses are targeting you with abilities, they're typically in some kind of cone shape coming out from the boss. So the farther away you are from the boss, the wider the cone is, making it harder to dodge. So you're typically going to want to be right next to them. That way you can just kind of circle around them. Or with the new evade, you can actually circle through them and end up behind them. So you're going to want to be right next to the boss 99% of the time anyways. You might as well have the static orbs do that for you. So I think it's probably going to be fine. It's they try really hard, especially nowadays, to avoid stuff that's super anti-melee. So they typically don't zone you out super hard. If anything, they try to force you to go closer to the boss. Because I think people panic more. But yeah, I think it's gonna be totally fine. I think it's gonna be totally fine. Sorry guys, I got kind of lost in the sauce there. Okay. I think we're mostly fine. Reses will be fine if we're getting decent rolls on stuff. I think this is generally what we're going to be looking like. Crit's good. Okay, so let me save this planner here. Hey, Sam, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate you. And then if you guys want this one, here you go. That'll be kind of a more budget planner, I think, for this setup. And then if worse comes to worse, guys, if we're really struggling with mana, we can always drop Frostwall, and then we can add Focus in here, and then we basically just follow the top section here, so we get the increased mana while negative. Basically, you just use your mana until as soon as it's negative, you just tap Focus, and it jumps you back up. So if you have a massive mana pool, just tapping it for like 1 second, it's going to give you like 100, or it's going to give you like 500 mana all at once. So it's really easy to fix that, and that's probably what I'm gonna do early game is use focus to help sustain mana until I get better gear, until I get to the end of the sorcerer tree where I get the archmage nodes. So just as an FYI. Cool. Alrighty, I think that's good. If there's another build that you guys want to see, I don't really like playing Blade Dancer and most of the Primalist stuff, but if there's anything outside of those archetypes that you guys want to see, let me know. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick, boys. But yeah, let me know if there's anything you guys want 3 crafted. It'd be cool to see an erasing strike build since it got so much love. Forge guard, shield throw, or whatever it's called. I did do a void knight already. So let's do the forge guard. My void knight's gonna be hammer throw with the new buff disintegrating aura. So I did a void knight already, but I'm down to do a forge guard. You do a forge guard. Where am I looking at? Let me order food really quick, boys. I'm starving. Loaf, have you had your lunch? Oh, good timing. Good timing. No, I haven't, babe. Are you offering lunch? Okay. Let's try to get a good idea here on what we're looking at. So, centered around shield throw. So there's a couple different ways to scale shield throw. So you can play hit damage, where you're probably going to go for like block chance for extra damage, and you're going to go crit. Get crit multi per block effectiveness. All of them are pretty much going to go down here and grab the ricochets and the no cooldown, because by default, shield throw has a cooldown. The other option is to go bleed, where you're going to go into the eruptions on ricochet, because those are also going to create bleeds. You could also go ignite, but I think bleed's typically the go-to, because you can just scale it a lot higher. But I feel like bleed you're probably going to want to play as a paladin and not a forge guard. So let's try to do crit damage and kind of see where it lands. Yeah, are you offering something for lunch, babe? What are you doing? Okay, so let's go in with the mind that we're going to be doing crit. So strength is going to give us increased damage on shield throw. It's also going to give us res, so that's going to be really good. Pretty much always want the armor and less damage taken nearby enemies. We're definitely going to want the block chance here. So I think I'm going to go for the block effectiveness, because that's going to get converted to crit multi. So I think that's probably going to be the play. And just get a little bit reduced cooldown on the movement skill. I'd love some sushi. Yeah. Yes, I'm offering to grab you food. What did you want, babe? I didn't hear what you said. It was connecting to the car. Would you like me to grab you food on my way home? Yeah, sure. I was going to order food right now. What are you in the mood for? Okay. I think something around like this. Let me grab some of the nodes here real fast. So we're going to want the block chance there for sure. We'll probably end up grabbing these nodes regardless. That's going to give us the void res, fizz res, and health, and then we get 1% crit multi per point, so that's 11% crit multi. So we're probably going to want to grab those. I think we're going to want to do physical damage, but let me double check on the forge guard tree, kind of what we're looking at. So we're definitely going to want the block chance from there. I don't know what kind of weapons I want to use yet. So I think what we would do, if you guys didn't see, there's a new weapon that is an axe right here called Monument of Protection. And it's basically a shield, even though it counts as an axe, because it gives us block chance and block effectiveness. And then 40% increased block effectiveness right there, too, which is really big. That's a percentile. The reason why that's so good is because when we look at shield throw, here, let me put some points in so we can spec into it. When we look at shield throw, there's some nodes here where 50 so shield throw deals more hit damage equal to 50% of your block chance. And then shield throw deals more hit damage equal to 100% of your block chance, but you cannot block with shield while shield throw is released, which is fine. That's just a massive more multiplier for the damage. And then also over here, you have shield throw critical strikes deal more damage based on your block effectiveness. And so with using this axe, we get block chance and block effectiveness plus percentile block effectiveness. Typically, weapons give you almost nothing for throwing builds. So some of them will give you some of the damage on a weapon, but it looks like shield throw doesn't. So you get 0 of the flat damage on your weapon. So typically on your weapon, you would just get like percentile physical damage or something like that. So I think running this new shield is definitely going to be the play. I had dim sum, so I'm not hungry. Okay. If you just wanted to do Del Taco, then I'll do Del Taco since that's kind of by the dim sum place. I just want the I'll text you my order. I'll text you my order. Thank you, babe. So I'm working on it. What are you working on? Yeah, I think you do that. The other interesting thing that you could potentially do is Stygian's Reprisal, which what it does is it gives you levels to shield throw, and then you get plus throwing damage for shield throw per 10 damage reflected to attackers. Now, this used to be really bad last cycle because you can get almost no damage reflected to attackers, but the reason why I think it's going to be good this cycle is they added a new node right here for the 5-point bonus where damage reflected per 1% armor mitigation is 5. So it gives you 5 flat. And so you're basically timesing this by 85 because you can get up to 85% armor mitigation. So we have 85 times 5. So that's an extra 425 flat reflected damage. So that's basically 42. It probably rounds up on the calculations. That's 43 flat damage for throwing for free, basically. And that's just off that one node. That's not actually counting any of the other reflected damage. So I think that's probably the play. The other option would be going for like a higher block chance shield, but I think we can get pretty high already. Oh, it gives you a decent chunk because it gives you up to 15% on the actual secondary stats on there too. Working on visiting, risky. He's not paying attention to us. Yeah. True, true, true. I know what a jerk. He didn't even play Dota with me this morning. I'm like a child. I need attention, or I start to throw a fit. True. So I think doing like a setup like this would be really cool. Let's look through the other uniques just so we can get an idea of what we're looking at too. It should be pretty easy to get the armor that we need. I don't think there's any good crit or unique helmets that would be like super good for the build. So what we'd probably do is go for this because we want to get armor capped. So we'd probably want to go for the Great Helm since that's 550 armor. We're playing crit, so we're not going to go Bleeding Heart. This could actually be kind of interesting. We can't use our evade, though, which would be the downside. We'd lose a 20% of our health every time we evaded. But the 20% more armor would be really, really nice. So that's an option. I'm going to hold off for now on that, though. Just because that evade does kind of sucks, and Sentinel is the one that benefits from the evade the most. We can't really use Titan Heart since we're going to be using 2 weapons. This is also kind of a cool chess piece, but it's only defensive, and I don't think we're going to suffer defensively. I think we're mainly going to suffer offensively. That's going to be the hardest part, so we probably want to use a more offensive chess piece. So we'll probably set up as a Champion Regalia for the armor, and then we can put stats on there that give us damage. For a belt, we could use Thornslinger, even though we're not doing bleed. The reason why is it gives us flat damage reflected to attacks. It gives us plus the level of physical skills, and it gives us throwing attack speed. So I think Thornslinger is definitely going to be the play. That damage reflection is going to turn into flat damage from this. So I think Thornslinger will probably be the play there. We have the flat crit from Phantom Grip, which isn't bad. There's gonna be so many people using those dang rings on like every build. We could use one of these to get auto sigils, and for the extra duration on them. I probably want to wait to see what our skills look like first. I don't think there's another ring that's like super good for us. Yeah, there's not really another good unique ring. Did you explain how your new mage build works already? Yeah, I did, Xyled. So it's gonna be auto casting Static Orb, and then using Chain Lightning as the filler to proc refunds on the mana, and then we're gonna be stacking mana, and a bunch of our damage is gonna come out of the mana pool. And then we have a few things that are gonna be procking refund mana so our skills don't cost a bunch. That's kind of like the general concept. I posted a link of the build planner earlier. Do I still have it pulled up? This is the cheaper version of the build, so you're welcome to take a look at this. That's the cheaper version of kind of setup. But let me know if you have any like specific questions, and I'll answer them for you. Okay, so I think for gloves, we'd probably want to use Laraka's Claws because it gives us 130% crit multi, which is massive. So I think that's probably the play. We're playing crit based. That's a lot of crit multi. The boots, I don't think there's a lot of good options for the boots. I think we just go with a good armor base on a rare. Yeah, there's nothing crazy good for us, so we'd probably just want to go with the Citadel boots. That will fix our damage from critical strikes and give us 185 armor. That's probably the play there. Like, we don't have any armor stats on our gear yet, and we haven't finished filling out our passive tree, and we're already at 45% mitigation. Alright, for this guy, we're probably going to want to go this, because we're going to be armor capped. The armor mitigation applying to damage over time is really, really strong. Yeah, that's probably what we'd go through. Let's finish doing out the passive tree, now that we kind of get a better idea. So we get the bleed chance with using an axe. So these points wouldn't be as impactful. Like, the strength would scale, but I think there might be better options. I think we'd be better doing the 5 points here for the block effectiveness and the armor. We could get the throwing attack damage there, and throwing physical damage. That gives us 10 flat throwing damage, which is pretty good. Like we were saying earlier, we definitely want to max out this guy here for the reflection and for the bonus. That's going to give us a bunch of flat. We're not using two-handers, so we can't benefit from that. While you have a shield equipped, your blocks are more effective and you deal additional physical damage with throwing attacks. Okay, so that's going to be really massive too. The block effectiveness is getting converted to crit multi, and then that's just a whole bunch of extra physical throwing damage if we have a shield equipped, which we are. I think we can get to block cap without this, so I don't think we actually need that. Damage over time mitigation from armor per 2 attunement. Portion of your armor mitigation percentage applies to damage over time taken per 2 points of attunement. I don't think we're really going to scale attunement. Does attunement do anything for shield throw? No, it's strength dex. Yeah. So I think we're going to have to skip that, sadly, even though that would be really, really strong. Okay, we'll definitely want to grab these nodes because it gives percentile health and strength. Don't care about the forged weapons. Dodge rating is converted to armor. This is one of the new nodes. This conversion occurs after modifiers as increased dodge rating, increased armor are applied. I wonder if there's some weird cheesy shenanigans we could do to get a bunch of dodge. I don't think we need it, honestly. I think it's just going to be passive. We're already going to get low on passive points here. I don't think we need to do that. We do want 1 point, though, just so we can get the crit. Hello, what's going to be your starter for 1.1? I'm thinking either a Racing Strike Void Knight or Frostclaw Rune Master. Hey, Smexer, how's it going? I am leaning toward. So it depends. It depends on what races are available. I know some people are generally just going to be racing for the first boss kill event. So I'm leaning either starting out as Bleed Falconer and transitioning into Cindersong. For those of you guys that saw me play my Cindersong build, I didn't do a build guide on it, sadly. But I easily got that over 1,000 corruption, and that build hasn't been nerfed at all, and it's going to be even easier to get Cindersong very early on with the new Nemesis mods. So I'm thinking about doing that. I'm also thinking about doing a Static Orb Sorcerer. And then the other one I'm kind of leaning towards is doing Void Hammer Throw. But I'm more leaning towards the either playing the fucking Falconer or the Sorcerer. Those are kind of the two I'm really leaning towards. Okay. So this will give us throw crit multi, which is really good. We may also want to be stacking Dex for the throw crit chance. We'll have to kind of see what the crit our crit chance is looking like. But the crit multi is good regardless. You and your minions have increased armor and chance to find potions. I don't think we need any of that. Armor with a shield. You take less damage, and this effect is doubled if you have at least 50% block chance. Additionally, you have an additional chance to block it. Yeah, that's super strong. You know whether you'll be able to sell items acquired through the new faction or on MG. They should be tagged just like normal towards one of the original factions. There's melee critical strike chance, fire penetration per 1 strength. Oh wait, that's fire and physical penetration. You have additional fire and physical, so that doesn't even matter if it's melee. It'd be a huge point investment though, because we'd have to get a bunch of melee crit chance that doesn't matter, and 4 points there. So that's an 8-point investment for Pen. So we'll think about that. We'll have to see what I'm looking at with my other stats. While you're using a shield, you have additional LE res and deal increased fire damage over time. And the bonus is you take less fire damage per overcap fire res, which, yeah, I don't think it's really going to matter. You have a chance to cast a shield from Ring of Shields when you block a hit, and you have additional block effectiveness per shield from Ring of Shields. I was thinking about using Ring of Shields for ricochets for single target. Your minions have increased health and armor. That would actually be really strong. I think you do that because when you're using shield throw, a lot of its damage comes from doing ricochets. So it hits one target and then ricochets to another target, but you can't ricochet if there's only one target. So typically what you would do is you'd use a Ring of Shields because those count as allies, and then you can use a node where you can target allies. So your ricochets can go to allies and then back to the enemy. So that's actually really, really big for that. Being able to get that. 50% chance to cast a shield on block automatically. We got food, baby! Alright. Shared physical damage, increase area per stalwart stack. When you directly use a melee area or throwing area ability that costs at least 10 mana, you consume all stalwart stacks, causing that ability to deal damage. How do you get stalwart stats? Oh, is that the base for where am I at? You get a stalwart stack when hit. Stalwart can grants 5% increased armor last 10 seconds. Okay. I don't play Forge Guard a lot. Sorry, boys. Does Shield Throw count as an area skill? It does not. Okay, so that part doesn't matter for us. That's going to be for the Forge Guard stuff. And the percent physical damage is almost nothing. Okay. You gain a bonus depending on the type of weapon you are wielding, so you get parry chance while dual wielding. Let's see. Frailty chance with a shield and reduce bonus damage taken from crits with the shield. I don't need the reduced bonus damage. So basically it's just giving us a little bit of frailty chance, which doesn't really matter all that much. Take less damage over time and have additional physical resistance. Bonus doubled if you... It's actually really good. The damage over time is pretty good. Okay, so I have 16 points left. Is there anything I really want in Paladin? The Fizz Pen, if I'm playing Fizz, would actually be really big. We'd probably want to do that. And then I'm kind of leaning towards getting the Fizz Pen for strength. Even though the melee stuff doesn't matter, the Fizz Pen would still apply. I'm pretty sure that's how I'd want to do it. Let me finish putting out the points here, though. Okay, so we got all the crit stuff there. We'd want the extra ricochets. Shield throw can target and ricochet to allies other than yourself. Allies are granted armor 4 seconds with shield. We want at least 1 point in there. And then we have to grab these nodes. So basically this gets rid of the cooldown of shield throw. These are all the ignite stuff, so I don't really care about that. The armor granted on ricochet is really big. I need to see where my armor's at, though. Otherwise, I can just get more flat throwing damage there. So let's see where armor's at before we finish building that out. The other skill we're going to be using is probably Ring of Shields. Rotation speed, shield damage taken. Oh, it's only while using Warpath. That's Alright, hold on one sec, guys. Let me turn off my camera so I can like eat my food really quick while I'm looking at the stuff. Let me change this name. Alright, now people know what I'm doing. The soul build is looking juicy, and we'll probably start with a variation of it. Yeah, I think it's gonna be really good. I think the Sork build has the most endgame potential. For sure, for sure. Alright, guys, have you guys tried the new sauce that Taco Bell came out with? They have this new, like, chili verde guac sauce, and holy shit, is it fantastic. I literally go there, and they charge you for it. They won't give it to you for free, because everyone's just wanting it. So we get like 10 of them at a time, and then I use them for all the other places we go to. Okay, I'm not a super savvy ForgeGuard user, so I want to look at how other people have done ForgeGuard in the past. That's funny. Harbinger of Ruin build's already showing up. Alright. ForgeGuard. I just want to see if I can get some inspiration for how other people are doing it. So Shield Throw and Ring of Shields. Alright, I want to look at Dread's build because I trust Dread, and I don't trust hardly anybody else, so. I trust, like, Dread and Parry and a couple of the max roll. Alright, so he's doing extra shields, so there's less gap. Heal him out per shield every 6 seconds, heal allies. Armor for 4 seconds. When shield heals allies, also grants them a non-stacking increased block effectiveness. Oh, that's actually massive for our crit multi. They have additional health. I wonder how hard it is for them to die, and then they last longer. So we're going to be able to generate shields with the new setup. But I like the idea of the additional shields. I don't know if I want to go all the way on the heal, but the block effectiveness on heal is massive. The health makes sense. They're probably going to be a little bit squishy, so giving them a bunch of flat health and physical, it'll probably be good. Okay. I don't care at all about the fire stuff. The extra duration makes sense. I wonder if that applies to the ones I proc too. I wonder if that is a cap. That could be kind of busted for like endgame pushing. That could be really good, but I'd have to reduce their health, and I'd need extra points. I'd have to use a lot of extra points. I think I'd probably just do that. Yeah, I don't think I want to invest into levels on shield throw. Just get the extra block chance. I think that's too much, honestly. Okay. Question is, do I want to use Shield Bash to give me a buff? So, Shield Bash has a node in here, where it gives you block chance if you've used Shield Bash recently. And then you also get extra ricochets on Shield Throw. We do get a little bit of a buff on Shield Bash for extra damage, but I don't think I'm going to use it for damage. I think I'd use it for a buff. That's another option there. I do kind of want Sigils of Hope, too. I need more points in Paladin. How close am I? I need 6 more points. Did I pull the points out of here? Hmm. I really like the idea of strength stacking. I think I pull the points out of here. We'll lose a tiny bit of crit multi. And get the extra block effectiveness. Probably just the Ellie res. Probably the next best thing. Okay. Sigils of Hope are going to give me a bunch of block chance. We definitely want that. I'm 1 point shy. Getting that extra sigil. I go like that. I think that would give me more block chance overall. Doing something like that. Okay, so I definitely want to use that. You probably want to use Volatile Reversal for the extra damage. No, we still want a movement skill, though. What does Shield Rush offer us here? I feel like it doesn't do a whole lot. It's mostly like trying to give you extra damage to Shield Rush, which no one cares about. You don't want to return to the starting point. I'm already using a shield. Yeah, I feel like it's dog doo-doo. I could use Healing Hands, or I could use Lunge. I think there's a node in Shield Bash that actually gives me... Yeah, Shield Bash after using Lunge or Shield Rush. If I use Lunge then? That way I never even have to worry about casting it. What else can I get here from that? really care about the damage of lunge itself. I could get the immobilize on targets, which would be nice. Frailty chance. Kill threshold could be good. The frenzy is only if I get kills with lunge, so that part's not going to matter. I could get the immune while lunging too. Yeah, so I think if I use lunge, you go like this. Get the immune while lunging. We make sure we get the kill threshold. We can get the immobilize. We only need a couple seconds on the immobilize. Do we use smite for something? If I use smite, I would probably get rid of shield bash. So the perks for smite is I can auto cast it on shield throw, and I can get it to give me extra cast speed or attack speed. I could use it as a teleport ability too. But it would mainly be for this, what would that be, 20% attack speed? I don't think it's worth it. Just a whole skill just for 20%. That's literally the only thing it would give me. I don't think I'd bother with that. Getting the additional charge, maybe? Grant other allies haste at the end of the charge for short duration based on distance. Other allies, so not you. Yeah. I could just go for the extra charge. And then put the rest into the root. I guess the stuff can't hit me. Something like that. It's either that or I ignore using lunge. And I just put it unspec'd, and then I gain volatile reversal. I have a feeling shield bash might not be super good though, I don't know. It does give us a bunch of block chance. Are you going MG this cycle or sticking with COF? I am going to be trying MG, Smexer. Yeah, I am going to be trying that. What build is this one? This is going for crit, shield throw, forge guard. Wahaha, I didn't fully miss it. Hey, what's up, Viva? How you doing, man? What up, brother? Alright. For 4 seconds after using shield bash, you are guaranteed to block a limited number of hits. Only works if shield bash has a cooldown. Okay. So at least with this setup, we'd automatically be using shield bash at the end of lunge, so that way we don't have to worry about it. We'd want the extra ricochets. I think there's some other nodes here. The armor shred wouldn't be too bad. I don't really care about the damage on shield bash, though. I don't think. I think I'm mainly just going to be using it. It does have a strength stacker, too, though. Shield bash is used while Ring of Shields is active. The shields from a wall, or form a wall, increases the width of the shield bash based on the number of active shields. I don't think that really matters. Okay, so I think we'd want that. The blind doesn't really matter anymore. Do the armor shred, and I guess since we have extra points, we grab those, and then we grab the strength scaling. Actually, let's save a point, go down there. Oh no, I wanted the extra charge. That's the tech I was trying to get to. We could also make it auto slow enemies, since it's going to be at the end of our lunge anyways. I don't know, maybe something like that? Okay. Let's take a look at our other gear, and then we can always revisit skills. Anything with minions involved? I'm probably just gonna rework my old Necromancer build because it got a buff. What made you decide to go with MG? I just want to try it. Yeah, I feel like I'll have a better comparison if I'm actually trying playing it just versus me talking shit about it without playing it. You know? Plus, it will add a little bit more of a fun, different like end game variation than what I had last season. Just being able to get like super rich, you know, that could be fun. Be fun at times. I do normally prefer the COF playstyle, but having a market can really keep the end game excitement for you. Okay, so I think I'm going to stack strength. I think strength is definitely going to be the play, especially with how I have it set up right now. The shield throw damage might not be bad either. Right now I'm thinking strength, shield throw. It's kind of my two best options. That's actually what I should do is just type in throw. We have throw, critical strike chance, level of shield throw. Throwing it. Wait, oh, they put this in twice. Oh, I know that's specific for. That's weird. So I could get double crit if I really wanted to. Yeah, I think I do that. I think I do that. So the reason why I'm strength stacking, boys, is I get 4% increased damage per point of strength from this. But there's a passive that I decided to take inside Forge Guard here. It gives me physical penetration per 5 strength. So I can get a bunch of free Fizz Pen on top of already scaling damage. I think that's going to be the play. What's my throwing critical strike chance area now? Yeah, it's only at 13%, so I'm definitely going to need some love with that. Let me look at my idols really fast, actually. I haven't really checked these in a long time for shield throw. So much extra flat for that for free. But I don't want to play fire, I don't think. I think it's going to be better to play Fizz. And it's only a chance to, so you'd have to commit like a couple of idols for that. Okay, 3x1s are pretty shitty. They got the 4x1s. Is this the shield throw that bounces? Yep. We can trade to each other directly too, yeah. Cheers from Italy. Thanks for the gift of sub. I played Room Master build last season, but I don't know what to play yet this season. Yeah. Well, thank you for playing the build, man. They kind of giga nerfed that build sadly this season. But I'm gonna have some videos out about a bunch of stuff to play. So we'll give you some options, man. Are you 3 crafting Forge Guard right now? Yes, I am. Build that uses the minions. There's gonna be a bunch, Ben. They buffed the minions. I just don't like playing that playstyle. Alright, on the 4x1s, we have armor. So armor is basically the only viable option there. More armor. Chance to shred armor on hit. That's going to be really important. I need to see how much strength I get, because I might lean more into armor shred than anything else if I can't get a lot of strength. I need to do the math and see how much pen I'm actually getting. Shield throw converted to void. Throwing crit multi is really strong. I think we use 1x3s, man. We could also get block effectiveness. But I think the armor shred's going to be more important. Yeah, the 1x3s are really strong. That's so far the best option. We have crit chance. Yeah, it's already worse. Alright. Check the Adorn, and then we're good. We don't need the Smite. There's nothing good here. So, yeah, I think we just run a bunch of 1x3s. I think that's the play. Do that. And then we run health idols. Yeah, you get so much armor shred playing Sentinel on your idols, so. That's like 50% per idol. That's 200% armor shred just there. And then I think we just fill these with health idols. A bunch of health for that armor to protect. Where am I going? I'm seeing double shields. Can he throw them both one at a time or two at a time? Just out here tossing that motherfucker. So it's technically considered a one-handed axe, even though we all know that's bullshit. So it still only lets me do the one, but it gives me a bunch of block chance and block effectiveness, which I turn into damage. Yeah, a lot of fun with that build, thanks to you. I kind of wanted to play some sort of Paladin this time. Sadly, they nerfed the shit out of my Giga Paladin build I had, too. I have one Paladin build to recraft it, though. Okay, we got a bunch of Shred. We probably need to get throwing damage leeches health here, as much as I would like to get the crit multi. What's my res looking like without stuff on my gear? Lightning's pretty bad. I want to get as much health as possible. I'd like to get stun chance, but I think I need to get the lightning res here. I either go physical damage or all res. I'm gonna go phys damage for now and then see what my res looks like. What's my armor at? 62%, and I haven't added any armor to my gear. I'm gonna try to get away with getting block chance, block effectiveness, but I might go armor if I'm not capped. We'll see. And then I need the endurance here. Since we're playing a health build, we're gonna want an endurance cap. Let's see. We need a bunch of necrotic res, poison, and cold res. So we're probably gonna want to go a bone amulet. That'll help fill out that necrotic. I mainly just need cold res and poison res here. What do my cooldowns look like? 15 seconds, but I'm going to be able to spawn those by themselves. 18 seconds. I have 2 charges on there. My cooldown should be pretty low on that. I think I'm just going to go all flat damage there. How much do my mana cost? 20? 28? minus 21. That's 7 mana cost, plus I'm going to get rings with mana throw on there. Yeah, we'll take a look. Okay. I think I go 1 Ivory Ring no matter what for my Necrotic Res. With a good roll, that means I need no Necrotic Res on my gear. And then I think I go in Opal Ring, so I get +2 Strength to go towards my Physical Pen. I think that makes the most sense. Ooh, we actually want to go damage reflected to attackers here. So that's going to give us flat damage. I just want to make sure there's nothing better. Yeah, we'd miss out on the throwing crit chance. But with the shield, that gets converted. That's like 22 flat damage, basically, right there. Which is going to be better than anything else. Do I have base crit on here? I can't remember. I do. I have 6% extra base crit. Okay, so I have an 11% base crit. I basically just double my crit, whatever it is. Right now, it's roughly like 26%. It's a little bit higher than that. But you get 5% base. Oh, do I have a 1% base from something? On here? Oh, throwing crit chance per 5 dexterity. Okay, so I have the 1% base because I just happen to have default dexterity. Got it. Okay. So I basically have a 12% base crit. I'm trying to think the best way to do this. Because on rings, I would really like to prioritize getting my throwing. So I'd probably want to do like this. Man, that strength is going to be really hard to get, dude. So I'm going to have to give up a bunch of throwing attack speed. I wonder if it's better for me not to do that. How much pen was it giving me again? It's 1% per 5. I don't know, man. I wonder if that's not worth it. I don't think it is. That would free up another 8 passive skills, too. And it would make my crit way easier to manage. Yeah, I'm thinking this isn't worth it, guys. That's just so much that I have to throw away there. I mean, like, in place of that, I could get health and necrotic res. I could get the crit multi node back from. I'd probably want to do that. And then I wouldn't have to worry as much about going strength on everything. So instead, I could get the throwing crit chance. I'd probably just want to go generic. Prioritize getting the +3 to shield throw. I still need to figure out where my armor's at before I commit those last 2 points, but that give me a bunch more there. And then instead of going throw here or strength here, I could get the throw crit chance here. And then I'd probably want to do the exalted node as the flat. Oh, that's a big bump from 450. Yeah, you definitely want to do that. That'd be so much extra flat. That puts us closer to like 40% crit with our extra base added in there. And then I don't have to worry about trying to get strength on my rings. And it's too bad I don't need fire res. That'd be so much easier to get. We could probably go with crit chance base here. A little bit of that extra crit. Then we want to get as much flat damage as we can. And then probably add some more crit here. This is a pretty easy item to get legendary potential on. Now we can't get base crit, but we could go for the crit chance here. Probably crit multi, honestly. Okay, so that puts us closer to like 65-ish% crit, something around there. It'll be really easy to get 2 LP on here. So we'd probably want to go for damage reflected to attackers and block chance. Block chance at 68. This guy, we're going to want to go for the throwing damage. Man, that crit chance is going to be really hard. Too bad the rings are so valuable. I wonder if it would almost be better to try to go like this. Yeah, that would be much better. At least do one of those. Just for that base crit chance. I think it's going to be massive. I go Exalted move speed. I don't care as much about the strength. I'm more tempted to go Vitality, honestly. Okay, so those are all our prefixes. These guys pretty easy to get 2 LP on as well. We're gonna have so much throwing crit multi. $471. Pretty good. Yeah, and these will put us at 2 LP. We're gonna start adding suffixes in. I'm gonna want health on these for the belt. See how much health we're looking at. And then we'll, instead of flat health here, I'll probably add an armor percentage roll. That puts us up to 60, so I need an extra 25. Four. A 68. So I think what I'm gonna do, help keep the armor cap up. If I grab the armor on Ricochet, even 2 points, that'll easily cap us. Alright. We're already endurance cap, so I don't need anything on endurance. We have the reduced damage taken from crit, so now I just need to finish out some of these suffixes, and then I'm good. I need mainly poison and cold res, everything else is good to go. We're gonna do block chance, cold res. It's gonna be harder to get that. Hmm. We go to all res here. What's our percentage damage at? It is pretty low. I think we need that. I want to just try to get Frailty on here, but that's okay. I think instead of Frailty, I just go for the Old Poison res. Actually, what I could do... We only need a really small hit. If we can get one sealed off, then that would be fine too. %130% crit multi is really good. But honestly, with us armor capping, it might be better to do this, because that'll help us with dot protection too. That jumps up our armor a whole bunch. What game is this? I'm planning for Last Epoch. So this is a character builder, like a planner. And so there's a new patch coming out for Last Epoch very soon. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. I probably want that to actually be poison res. Should I only do tier 2 sealed fixes? Yeah, with good rolls, we're pretty covered. Endurance there. Actually, for this one, we probably want the other throw crit. That's 87% just off a tier 2. This crit's not counting the hammer, or the specific one for shield throw too. So we'll be, I think we'll be over 100% crit with that. Okay, I think this is how you'd want to build it. I think if we're going really min-max, honestly, I think we would... Yeah, so this is how we would do it. I think this is how we do it, actually. Because you don't actually need Shield Bash on your bar, because it's auto-casting on Lunge. So you put Lunge on your bar instead. Because Lunge wasn't really giving us a whole lot anyways when it was spec'd into it. That way we get the 30% extra damage and 30% extra throwing speed. And I think that's the best way to do it. Sigils. I like sigils on my 3. I think that's how you do it. Yeah, that's definitely going to be way better. That'll help out our single target so much. Cool. Yeah, I think that's hammer throw, boys. All right, if anybody wants the hammer throw link, this is for hammer throw. Alrighty. What build do you guys want next? What else do you guys want to theory craft? Not Primalist, not Blade Dancer. That's the only part I care about. Otherwise, I got some other stuff I can theory craft if there's nothing you guys want. If you guys have any idea. Acolyte? What kind of Acolyte you want? Necro? I can update my Necro guide. Let's take a look real quick. Dude, Warlock got shit on with nerfs, dude. Let me look through some stuff. Okay, yeah, they just fixed the bug with the infinite refreshes. %20 chance to inflict poison on hit. They get the extra health. 8% less damage taken. Has reduced effect on non-minions. Okay. So increased effect for you. It's only Warlock. It's the only thing I gotta change. Okay. Good enough for me. Warlock dead. Ghost Flame gutted. They put so many nerfs to Warlock. Warlock and Runemaster just got hit hard with the nerf hammer. Yeah, they did nerf Wraithlord really, really hard. Let me look at the uniques really quick. See if there's anything that sparks my interest. Honestly, though, Tricky, I can't say specifically what stuff was. You should have seen what they were going to do to it. It was in the gutter. So just be thankful for that. It's at least an okay build. Yeah, I just want to see if there's anything that really like stands out to me. That changed really for Necro. Honestly, guys, I think this is gonna be really goated. Now's Tooth. I would be surprised if somebody doesn't make a build for that. It's not gonna be for me, but I'd be surprised if nobody makes a build for it. Yeah, let's do this. Make this easier to go through. Get 30% increased buff effect of Dreadshade. You could use this for my other build. I just think you would lose so much survivability for it. Yeah, this is kind of cool with the skeleton rogues too. They did finally fix Dragonflame Edict, but it still sucks ass. Because before it was scaling off your damage, and now it scales off the minion damage. I've wanted this to be good for so long. Yeah, I mean, mainly Necro. I'd probably just update my build. I don't know if a lot would have changed, though. I don't think they changed anything on the Necro tree itself. The main thing that would change is just that the necromancer would have or the summon skeletal mage would have more health by quite a bit. Yeah. So you're almost double the amount of like base health you're getting and the intelligence stacking. But let's update my my necromancer real quick. Let me just pull up the old planner. Hey, why did you ask me the other day what town I was in? Were you driving through Idaho? Well, we are on the border of Idaho, uh, on Bear Lake, and we were just curious on where you lived because I knew you lived at kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and I was wondering if it was the middle of nowhere near us or where it was at. My family was just talking about Idaho. Okay. Yeah, let's go through this. I'm pretty sure none of this stuff has changed. Intelligence is going to become more important now. We still want to grab that. Grab the 1 point in here. $5 in there. The 1 point over here to get access to this guy. And the extra armor. Lich. We grab the extra intelligence. Really big. We don't grab anything in Warlock. Necro. Grabbing the increased damage and cast speed. 3 points to get access to the armor shred. Word retention and death. Max number of skeletons. Vanguard. Chance for mark for death. Get the extra skeletons on there. Okay. Yeah, much more northern panhandle. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let me just grab the rest of these. Yeah, nothing really on there is gonna have changed much. For the skills, I'm pretty sure none of the skills for summon skeletal mage has changed at all. I remove the archers, grab the extra +1 to minions. Those of you guys that don't know, this is the profane ablation necro that I had. That is what we are building out. Although the bone armor no longer has reduce. It's no longer reduced on you. So that could kind of be good. What would I lose for that? We really want those ward nodes. Oh, we do need the extra summon on cast too. Well, we have to get extra levels for this, but yeah, that's mandatory. So we'd get less of the skeleton resummon chance with levels. I don't think we have enough points for it. Basically just want it for this node. but I would need 1 point there. I need 3 extra points, and even if I'm getting +3, 2 of those points need to go there first. I think that's gonna be more important. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like. That is something that did change that could be really beneficial. All right. Vein Ablation node. We turn him into a cold minion. I forgot I don't have the sword on yet, so it doesn't. Let me add my sword. It's at the very bottom. Where'd all my levels go? Okay. And then any extra levels I get can go over there. Red Shade. Like that, get the extra damage. Yeah, so just give them 50% less crit chance now instead of blinding them. Because they did change that part of Dreadshade. That doesn't matter because we're still going to have 100% crit chance. Minions always crit. Okay. Yeah, so that part's good. Like that. Okay. We'll get +1 later. Alright. Next, we're going to have Volatile Zombie. We're going to grab the Forge Shenanigans and the Infernal Shade. There we go. It needs to add the extra points for it becoming a necrotic skill. Alright, kill threshold. We should be able to get 1 extra point later. Oh, we need to equip one of the items. I know what it is. Hold on. We need this guy. There we go. Dude, welcome back. I just opened Discord and saw you were live. Where are my mentors? Hi, Ellen, Bottom T. Hey, thank you, man. What's up, man? Noah, how you doing, brother? Sorry. I'm just updating build guides. Yeah, we're just going through updating stuff. We theory crafted a whole bunch of builds already. So if there's any builds you guys want to see, let me know. Sorry, no. Most of the time I'm explaining a lot more what I'm doing. This is just a build that I have already theory crafted and played and done like a 2-hour long build guide for. So I'm mainly just trying to update this build guide. But if you guys have any questions about how the build functions, let me know. And then if there's anything new you guys want to see updated, let me know as well. And I'm down to theory craft your guys' builds. I think low light's still going to be the play for this build, even if it's not as good. I think it's generally going to be around the same, though. Turquoise rings. Has Falconer been gutted? Nope. The main two that got gutted were Warlock and Runemaster. Those are the big ones that took some pretty big hits. Yeah, my Mad Lightning build got pretty gutted. It got nerfed like 8 times over. So that was big sad. Alright, so we're gonna go for health, ward of attention. But it's also kind of a compliment from the devs that they felt like my build was good enough that they had to absolutely destroy it. So, you know, is what it is. I guess that just means good at making builds. Let's try to break the game with something else. You like to see a Shaman Avalanche build? That's what Dread's going to be doing, actually. Yeah, Dread's doing a Shaman build. Alright, got a bunch of health idols. We're going to put our Void Res there. Ward per second. Critical strike avoidance. Is res. And this one's like what? Minion damage? Minion damage. Okay. It needed it. I'm terrible at navigating that last block planner. Yeah. Did you expect so many nerfs, Love? No. No, I expected maybe one or two of them. I didn't expect for Frostclaw to get almost untouched and that my build just got shit on. I did not expect that much. Okay, this is driving me nuts. Hold on. Keeps clicking buttons even though it says I've already lost connection. Alright. We got minion health and our health. Probably actually want to do minion health as the Exalted mod here. Like that was kind of needed. Go Ellie res, health and poison res. Minion health damage, ward res poison. Actually, I think I want to do this. I think that's the priority there. I'm glad not everyone's going to try to fit Healing Hands into every build. Yeah, that's good too. I was surprised about Frostclaw, yeah. Any of the new uniques caught your attention? Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm going to be using this one on the Void Knight build. Gives you a bunch of stuff for Ravaging Aura. Gives you a bunch of damage over time and Area Effect and Void Pen. That one's pretty good. Probably the big one is playing a Mana Sorc with this guy. Now auto cast Static Orb for you whenever you evade. So you get basically you can auto cast a Static Orb every like 2 seconds, and gives your Static Orbs a whole bunch of extra tendrils that I'm going to use to apply Spark Charges with Enigma. And then I'm also using this unique in this build, the Seed of Ectrosoul, that applies your Endurance to your mana, even if you have Ward. So, and I'm taking a bunch of my damage to my mana pool. And it gives me a chance to also take 0 damage. And gives me a bunch of Endurance Threshold. These guys are going to be used on almost every crit build, because they give you base crit. And then for my build, for this one, it also gives me percentile mana. So, that's insane. So those look pretty cool. The other two that look really, really cool to me, that I haven't theory crafted yet, is Celestial Doom. where you get mana spent gained as maximum mana, so you get an extra 500 maximum mana for mana builds, and it has a chance to cast. You can cast Doom Pulse if you're using Fire, Cold, Lightning, Necrotic, or Void spells. And Doom Pulse gets a bunch of damage for your extra like mana that you have in mana regen. So that one looks really cool. And then the other one that looks really cool to me is this guy right here, Bane of Winter. We have a chance to cast Void Bolt, which is a cold and void spell. So it does 60 cold, 60 void base. So it's almost as high base damage as a meteor. But it's split on the damage type. Anytime you hit an enemy with javelin or melee attack, so obviously I'd use javelin, up to 3 times per 2 seconds. And then you get crit multi for 10% uncapped chill chance with melee attacks. And 1% more damage per 10% uncapped time rot with melee attacks. So really, really cool stuff. You also get a percentage of your added melee attack damage applied to spell damage for cold and void spells. So that's the other one that looks really, really sick to me. Yeah, so there's a few cool things. We 3-craft a Forge Guard build using one of the new uniques too. So this is technically a one-handed axe, but it's basically an ability to dual-wield shields. It's basically a shield. How rare are the new items like the wand? I don't know on the wand yet. I never got it in the test server, so I'm not 100% sure. A lot of them are really easy to get. I like a lot of the uniques. I think they did a very good job. Yeah, it's dual wield shields. Yeah. So I 3-crafted a shield throw build. With that, I thought was pretty cool. All right, intelligence, minion health. Yeah, a lot of cool potential for sure. Go Ellie res, health is res. As I'm like typing with one hand because I'm still like kind of eating. I'm pretty sure I want to go. Oh no, I need a crit avoidance roll actually. And then we'll do a void res. Yeah, and then we'll do zombie with a minion health roll. They nerfed that, huh? They nerfed the zombie roll. I don't really care. It's just extra zombies for ward and minion damage, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they nerfed that pretty hard. I think I'd actually prefer to go like this now. I want to try the Black Blade of Chaos, yeah. Do you have a cycle starter yet? I haven't 100% set on one yet. I'm leaning between playing Falconer or Sorg. So if I play Falconer, I'll be starting as a Bleed Falconer and then transitioning into Cinder Song and playing my build I played last cycle because they didn't nerf it at all and it's super busted. The other one I'm leaning towards is playing a Static Orb Mana Sorg. So those are kind of my two big contenders right now. Hey, what's up, Mork? How you doing? Will they nerf the helmet that it's not unlimited anymore? Yep. So it doesn't shock me that they hit that too. Yeah. I'm starting Blade Dancer. Blade Dancer is pretty good. I'm thinking of doing Manasek or Meteor Sork. Atarxia, in my experience, I didn't feel like it was that great. I didn't feel like it was that great with the new changes, but yeah, I don't know. All right, let's add all these on here. So, mana parry. We'll put mana at T4. Parry will be what, like T3? And then T5, Cold Pen. Also, guys that don't know, on my finished build guides, I tier the legendary modifiers based on their importance. So the higher the tier it is, the more important it is to get that particular stat. That's why I'm putting like 4 LP items on here. So in skeleton, health. Okay. If I knew how to spell skeleton, that would probably help. I'll be tier 4, and then we'll do percentile and normal. Yeah. 6. Okay. Current health loss. Yeah. So that's top priority there. Tier 3 hybrid health. Then we'll go for cast speed. That's a tier 5. And shred as the tier 4. Okay. Yeah, in my opinion, I do not think Meteor Sork is going to be all that fantastic next cycle. Trust me, that was one of the first things I tried. I think it's going to be okay. It's going to be better than what it is now, but I just don't think it's there yet. Actually, I think you'd want to go intelligence on this now. Now that intelligence is buffed, I think that would be the next best one, and then go health. All right, and then with this guy, we're just gonna go minion health damage. Okay. Minion health will be the highest tier, and we're just gonna do flat health for us. All right, cool. I think that's pretty much updated. The skills on here. Cool. Alrighty, guys, this is my Profane Ablation Necro, the minion pop Necro. So, if any of you guys haven't played this before, just go look at my YouTube channel. But there's the updated planner for you guys if you want it. I'll update that on YouTube here in a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna run to use the restroom real quick, guys. If there's any other builds you guys want me to theory craft, that one I didn't really like walk through step by step my thought process on it. Anything that's brand new that I'm not just like updating a build guide on, I'll kind of do that. Where we'll actually go through step by step on why I'm making the decisions I do. So let me know if there's any other builds you guys want me to theory craft. I am preferably not doing any Primalist or Blade Dancers. So anything outside of that, I'm down to theory craft. All right, boys. Sorry about that. I'm back. Which builds have you updated so far? So far the only one I've updated from like an existing build was the Necro. Let me turn my camera back on. Pretty much done eating. Yeah, pretty much the only one I've updated has been the Necromancer. I've done a Shield Throw, Forge Guard, Static Orb Mana Stacker, Bleed Falconer, and a Hammer Throw Void Knight using the Void Damage Over Time auras. So that's what I've made so far. Are people going to be using the Missing Mana / Life mod anymore for Paladin? If you're playing Divine Bolts, you kind of have to. If you're not playing Divine Bolts, probably not. They're probably not even going to bother going into the ward generation, but I don't know. I want to see something with Void Knight and one of the new weapons for melee-based builds. Yeah. Any ice builds after playing the Frozen Orb? I am just like, but I also love fire because Fire Shooter. How's Paladin's 1.1? Paladin's gonna have no ward, so I would be surprised if you could get over 10k ward. The damage is the exact same. Okay, I've already done a Void Knight build today, so I can do ice build. I'm down with ice build. Let's do that. Let's do that. So I don't know if I played as Void Knight or Paladin though. Hold on, let me look at it. So the one I would want to do would be Bane of Winter, which would send out this Void Ice projectile. It might be better as Void Knight, but let me look at things real quick. I've added melee damage applied as added spell damage to cold and void spells. So you could technically play this. You could play this as a Void Knight, a Paladin, or a Spell Blade. I think those would probably be the best ones. So if you played as a Spell Blade, you would have to play it in melee range. Would be the downside. If you played it as a Sentinel, you could use Javelin to cast it for you. So those of you guys that don't know what this is, where's it at? Let's see. It's called Void Bolt, right? Oh, yeah, Void Winter Bolt. My bad. Okay. So cast 3 piercing corrupted shards of ice towards the enemies in front of you, and it's half cold, half void damage, with a 600% added damage effectiveness. So this is almost as good as Meteor, guys. And they fire 3 projectiles in a 30% arc that scales off of Dex and Attunement. And then it's a cold void spell, Dex Attunement. Trying to think. I don't need this page open. I don't need that page. Want to leave that open? I don't need that. Okay. Spellblade me like, yeah. Falconer will be better than the Blade Dancer in the new league overall. Probably, yeah. Falconer is really, really strong. Falconer will probably be the strongest still. Yeah, the downside is if I play with Spellblade, I have to play melee. Let me look at Spell Dancer real quick, or Spellblade real quick. Hold on. Does it cost any mana? I think I might actually know how to do this. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, so I need Chill Chance and I need Time Rot. So I wouldn't be able to get any Time Rot though, is the only problem. I don't think. This is on skills. Hold on, let me check if I can get any kind of Time Rot on Spellblade. I can definitely get Chill Chance on Paladin or Void Knight. So Void Knight passives, skill tree nodes. I can get Time Rot on Atrophy. No, I can't. It's only Time Rot duration. It's not chance to apply Time Rot. Yeah, Bane of Winter. These are all weapons. Chance to apply Time Rot. Hold on, it's like cutting off the bottom of this. Jesus Christ. Okay, I just needed to see if it had a requirement on it for only Sentinel. It does not. I could technically use the amulet for Time Rot. How is it worded again? Uncapped Time Rot chance with melee. So I think Time Rot caps at 100%. So the amulet wouldn't work. Fun, some of the changes look helpful. Same with Forge Red, yeah. You run out of easy ideas, can always go over what I sent you. Yeah. I can look after this one, but I was gonna do this one regardless today. You decide what you're gonna play. If you're gonna play, oh, Risky's gonna play, yeah, for sure. Yeah, missing out on a more multiplier. See, what I was thinking about doing was doing it with Mana Strike and then making Mana Strike ranged and auto targeted. And there's even a new cold conversion for Mana Strike we could have looked into. Yeah, it's right here, lightning to cold. But not having that more multiplier, I think I have to play. I think it'd be best probably as Void Knight. Yeah, because I just have to get that Time Rot, that more multiplier. It's too good to miss out on that. You guys sense better and easier overall, yeah. Okay. Let me look at Javelin. What would we be looking like if we were using Javelin? So I'm probably not going to be using Javelin as a damage dealer. I'd probably grab like the armor shred chances. You know what? I wonder. I think you'd probably want to use Siege Barrage because the Siege Barrages can shotgun, I believe. Siege Barrage can shotgun, so you'd probably want to go Siege Barrage. You probably wouldn't want to do Battle Standard. It adds the cooldown. So you'd probably want to go like that. Grab all of the armor shred and the minus mana costs. Damage to high, hit damage per pierced enemy. So I don't really care about any of that. I wonder. Void Knight has a bunch of buffs from using different abilities. I wonder if there's any buffs that would be useful. That's like void damage for the next throwing attack. Okay, so the time rot only matters if it's generic time rot, I'm pretty sure, or if it gives me like a buff that increases my time rot application. I don't think any of this time rot actually matters. I could apply crit strike vulnerability. And just turn this into a traversal skill. That's one option. I think that's the only thing it's really giving me. Little while armor shred, a little bit of crit vulnerability, so I don't think there's anything super good there. And the spells it triggers. So that would be a triggered spell, right? I wonder if it... Is there a spell that's triggered from the tree? I wonder if it counts or not. Oh, it's talking about Void... It's talking about Void Beam. I wonder if the weapon is counting this properly. I might have to ask some friends. See if anybody knows. Because that'd be a lot of extra spell damage if it's counting that. But this isn't fast enough anyways. It would have to give me some other benefit. That would only be for like one hit. It's got a 30 mana cost and a 5-second cooldown. And you can get rid of the cooldown, but then you add an extra, what, 60 mana cost? You do get a kill threshold. So that's only time rot for a racing strike and not just like a buff. It does give you a bunch of void shred. We're probably going to be leaning more on the void damage. Was Devouring Orbs nerfed at all? I don't think they really touched Devouring Orbs much. You sure your VK hammer throw? Can't find the link. Yeah, no worries, man. I got you. It's right here. Yep, there's your VK. Okay, so I don't think I get too much from doing a racing strike. Abyssal Echoes could have potentially some stuff here. We could get an attack speed buff if we're casting it ourselves. Chance to inflict time rot. So this is what I'm talking about right here, where it gives us the actual chance on all of our stuff, which should apply to this. Max X is 12. What would be considered the cap? Does that mean I need 1200% time rot chance? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Hold on. 1% more void bolt damage per 10% uncapped time rot chance with melee attacks. Generic time rot chance counts towards this total. Are they just saying it's 100%? I'm guessing it's 100% because there's no way it's 1200%. Yeah, so I think Abyssal Echoes with this would be nice. So that'd be 45% right there, plus the attack speed buff. We could also make it do armor shred. So the armor shred could be really nice. Yeah, so that's got some potential there. If I wanted to use the Void Cleave too, I could make it auto cast it for me. Use that as the traversal skill. And make it shred more. That could be a lot of armor shred all at once. That's 2 skills invested there. That might be too much. But Abyssal Echoes has some potential. We're probably going to end up using Devouring Orb regardless, because we're going to be scaling Void spell damage, I think. That would give us increased attack speed while Devouring Orb's active. Does it give us any buffs, though? That's pen only for that. Devouring Orb lasts longer, and Void Rifts have a chance to inflict Time Rot. Okay, so only Void Rifts. Needs to be generic Time Rot. Global more void damage. You do more global void damage and have increased mana regen while Devouring Orb is active. It's doubled if you have at least 90 vitality. The downside is we don't really scale vitality with Void Bolt. I really wish this had a vitality tag on it. It would make so much more sense. Thank you, of course, of course. Hey guys, hope you're doing well. Quick question. Was playing Explosive Ballista at 1.0 but stopped. Is this build or standard Ballista still viable? Thank you. I think they nerfed some of the Ballista stuff, like towards the end of the season even, where you were able to just do like screen wide clearing. There was some kind of bug that was giving it way more AoE than it was supposed to have. So I think it just has smaller AoE. I personally didn't play it last season, so I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that was the only real nerf for it. But correct me if I'm wrong, chat, if any of you guys did. Did Torchlight begin a new league or season? Many streams playing right now? Yes, it just barely started a new season, Manuel. Yeah, so sadly, I'm not going to be able to play it. So the only node that really gives me a buff is this guy. So it'd give me 10% more void damage and 10% increase, or yeah, 10% increased mana regen. I probably won't get to the point where I have 90 vitality. Yeah, I don't know. I will probably be using Anomaly because I can get the crit chance. I know Anomaly can inflict Time Rot. Is there any kind of buff for it? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, so we get a bunch of crit, we're gonna get a bunch of leech, so I'm definitely gonna be using Anomaly. Yeah, there's no buff for like Time Rot itself, sadly. We'll probably be using Volatile Reversal, so that'd be like 3 of our spells probably. What's up, Lope? Hey, what's up, Niels? How you doing, man? Yeah, it does have smaller AoE. Or it was screen-wide AoE because of a bug. Yeah, that's what I thought. Loaf, what's going to be your starter build for 1.1? Will you make a build guide for this build before 9.7? Yes. Yeah. So I'm probably going to do... so I need to get my starter to Dread tonight because he's going to be making a build guide or a build video with a couple of our friends in there that are just like what a bunch of the content creators are doing as their build starter. So I'll definitely have an answer by the end of the night. Right now I'm leaning towards either Falconer, starting up as Bleed and transitioning to Cindersong, or doing a Mana Static Orb Sork. Those are kind of the two ones I'm leaning heavily towards. And then I'm just theorycrafting a whole bunch of builds today and tomorrow probably for stream. So just whatever you guys want to see. I'm just trying to help you guys kind of put together some thoughts about how to play builds. I'm good. We just made the semis in the Euros, Hypercycle 1.1. Hey, nice. Congrats, man. Yeah, dude, I'm super hyped too. I'm super hyped too. Okay, well, I don't think I'm going to do any melee stuff, so I guess we just make it apply slow. None of the other stuff really matters all that much for me on this. Oh, and the attack speed would be nice too, actually. Yeah, attack speed would be pretty big. Okay, so this is mainly only being used to apply stuff. So it's got a 9 mana cost. Is it calculating? No, it's not. So that makes the mana cost 0, and then we add extra mana plus 12. It's going to be hard to calculate, because I don't know when the percentage is going to come into play. But we're still going to want to run throwing damage rings. Okay. Let me just check, see if there's any other uniques I would want to use with this, because we're going to be doing probably crit. Yeah, probably crit damage. And focusing mostly on the void damage. We're going to try to get generic spell when I can, but mostly crit void damage. Okay, so we can't use Peak of the Mountain. We may end up using Prismatic Gaze. So I think I could... Does this cost mana? It costs 0 mana. I'm trying to think if I could even use the shards on there. I should be less than 40 minutes, so I should be able to generate shards on the helmet using Javelin. And then if I have anything that costs a crap ton of mana... My Abyssal Echoes. I think I could make Abyssal Echoes proc the shards. The shards would only do cold res though, right? I don't think they're gonna do... It's only gonna do elemental. Yeah, so it's kind of whatever. I'd mainly just be using it for the crit. Yeah, so nothing too crazy on the helmet for me to use. How does the chill chance worded here? Uncapped chill chance with melee attacks. Generic chill chance counts towards this total. Okay, so it can either be like specific melee chill chance or just generic chill chance. Got it. Yeah, I don't think that would be worth the investment. Kind of interesting because I'm never actually casting a spell, but I couldn't use Evade with this guy, but this is also a really good option. And this one didn't make me take more damage. That's a lot of flat damage. This is definitely the highest DPS option here. Yeah, I don't think there's any unique amulets I'm probably going to use for this. This is a spear, right? I could technically use a Titan's Heart with this build. Get 40% increased health. Hold up. Is it only flat added damage? 42% of added melee damage. Okay, yeah. I was going to say, this also gives me 40% increased melee damage, but it has to be added. Hey, Immortalize. Thanks for the raid, dude. How's it going? Thank you, thank you. The big ol' raid. Are you still alive, dude? All of you guys know Immortalize. Anybody that's been in my stream, he's like my most rated person. So you guys all know him, but if you haven't, go check out his channel. Click on his name there. Give him a follow. He's a super awesome dude. We met him when he was brand new to Last Epoch, and then we ended up playing a lot of Diablo together for the last like month and a half or so. He just finished doing a 24-hour stream dressed up as a French maid. So, you know, make sure you guys go show him some love. Thank you so much, Immortalized. I appreciate it. How's it going, guys? My name is Loaf. I stream a lot of action RPGs, mainly Last Epoch. Last Epoch's my main one. So we have a new cycle coming out on the 9th. So I'm doing a lot of theory crafting streams where I'm grabbing chat's ideas, and then we're just running with it, and we're theory crafting a bunch of builds. That way we have a bunch of different options to give people if they do want to play some variation of builds. So if you guys like doing theory crafts, you guys like playing action RPGs, consider giving me a follow. I appreciate it. Agra, Ozzy, Wiggity, and Penclod. Thanks for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. How's it going, brother? How's it going? What's up, everybody? Ended with a 4G Shaco craft? Yeah? Dang, dude. Let's go. Couldn't ride it, yeah. Dang, dude. Damn, you're still live? I've only been live for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Not too mad. Shadowstorm, thanks for the follow. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. And Gene, thanks for the sub, dude. Thanks for investing in the stream, man. I appreciate you. Last Dagger is still viable? No, not really. Not really, Moose, honestly. Shaman Lightning build. Honestly, there's going to be a lot of Shaman builds coming out in the new cycle because they metrically, like, they buffed Avalanche and Earthquake by quite a bit. You're going to get a lot of Avalanche Earthquake builds. Mix him and Locky the Bug. Thanks for the follows, guys. Yo. Gene with the 5 gifted. Thank you, dude. Thank you for that. Thank you for investing in me, man. I appreciate that. You guys got a sub from Gene. Make sure you tell him thank you. Oh, I like that build. Yeah, it was pretty broken though. I think we can all agree it was a little bit broken. I haven't played in months, yeah. So the two builds, hey, K-Show and K Psycho, holy shit, thanks for the follows, boys. Thank you, thank you. The two builds I'm leaning towards right now are playing a Bleed Falconer that I'm going to transition into a Dragon Song build. That build I played last season. I got over 1,000 corruption, no problem, and it didn't get nerfed. So that's going to be really, really strong. The other build I'm considering is a mana stacking Sork. So those are the two that are up there for me right now. Yeah, it was broke as fuck, yeah. Absurdly broken, I'd say, yeah. What's up, Kay? How you doing, man? Guys, show Loaf all the love. I am getting ready to get a drink, Loaf, so it won't be on long, but I'm so glad I could catch you for once. Yeah, dude, of course, man. Go to sleep. This guy doesn't sleep. If any of you guys know Immortalized, he like works a full-time job, and then he comes home and he plays video games until like 4 in the morning, and then he goes back to his job. The guy needs some sleep. Yeah, for real. Like, go do something not Twitch related, all right? Doctor's orders. But yeah, these are the builds we got going so far. So I theory crafted a Void Knight build that is centered around doing void damage over time auras. So there's an ability on Hammer Throw called Disintegrating Aura, which creates this like this mini aura around each hammer that does void damage over time and scales off of like flat throwing damage. And so if you slow down the projectiles a lot with this node, so minus 50% projectile speed, and you make the hammers orbit around you, you can get like 20 to 30 of these little disintegrating auras just like following around doing damage over time. And then on top of that, in Void Cleave, if you hit an enemy with Void Cleave, you can cast this thing called Ravaging Aura, which basically does the same thing, except it's an aura that's just around you that does void damage over time. On top of that, Void Cleave will give you a buff that makes your next throwing attack have plus 100 flat throwing damage, which applies to that Disintegrating Aura from Hammer Throw. So that's kind of the synergy, is using those two auras to do a bunch of void damage over time. And then there's a new unique item called Aberas Command that just came out for the new patch that makes Void Cleave an instant cast. And it also increases the duration of the Ravaging Aura, and then also gives a whole bunch of just generic damage over time, Area of Effect, and Void Pen. So that was the first build we theory craft on stream. So that's one of the ones I was thinking about. The other one's a Bleed Falconer. So it's going to be using Net to auto proc Puncture. And both of those are going to bleed. So this is probably the smoothest leveling experience you can have without any gear. Just going into the game blind, throwing a bunch of crap. Nothing moves because everything's rooted by net. And so nothing can even attack you, really. So this is probably going to be the easiest leveling. And then I would transition into playing a Explosive Trap Cindersong build once I have a lot of gear and a lot of gold. So if I was really trying to win the race for like killing the new boss, this is probably the build I would be running. Hey, Rosie Glory, thanks for the follow, man. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, have a good stream for sure. Sorry guys, it blocks the links. It blocks the links. Is a Racing Strike Void Knight still worth building? That depends on what you would consider worth building. I've never really liked it that much. But I think they gave it some buffs. They made a unique for it. I think they made two actually. Hold on. They added a new mace that I think is pretty good for it. 72% penetration against all resistances with melee damage. It gives you a whole bunch of like melee buffs. So that's pretty good for it. A really big bonky mace. And then they added a pair of boots, I think. Yeah, the inevitable. So you're immune to slow and chill. You cannot be stunned while using a Racing Strike, because normally when you're like slamming it down, you had a lot of opportunity to get interrupted. And then 25% less damage taken while using a Racing Strike. So during that slow bonk animation, you're just way less likely to be killed. So they did add those two things, so it's going to be slightly better than what it used to be. Also, they added a new node, or a new buff node. Where the fuck's it at? Oh, did I already look at it? Yeah, this one right here. Where you get extra health per vitality, and since you're already stacking vitality for a Racing Strike, you're going to be a little bit tankier now too. Trying to show you the clip of him. Oh yeah, sorry. It auto blocks. It auto blocks. The emote spam. That's why more is like, yeah. Sorry. Even with Twitch clip links, I think it just auto blocks it with Nightbot. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. What's on his Twitch page? You'll really have to watch it. It's amazing, his reaction. Here, message it to me on Discord. Yeah, message it to me on Discord, and I'll pull it up and watch it. That way I can grab it. Yeah, so this is so I did the Falconer. This is one of the ones I'm heavily consider playing. The other one I'm kind of 50-50 on between the Falconer, and then the other one is going to be a mana stacking static orb build. This is probably going to be one of the strongest builds of the cycle, honestly. So don't get intimidated by the uniques. I made a budget version too that hardly has any uniques. There's just a lot of like end game potential with this build. So how it works is you have this new wand, and what the wand does, it gives you +3 levels of lightning skills. It adds 5 extra tendrils with the static orb, and then whenever you use the new evade mechanic, it auto-casts static orb for you for 90% of its mana cost. And then also gives you a cooldown recovery for your evade. So you can basically auto-cast a static orb about every 2 seconds just by clicking your evade button to keep moving. And then how we set up the static orb is we set it to orbit around you. So instead of just shooting out an automatic static orb when you evade, it's just going to keep orbiting around you, and you're going to keep building up more and more static orbs so they are continuously doing damage. And then how we're making up our defenses, you see I only have 1100 health, is I'm stacking mana. So I have 1300 mana, and there's a node on static orb where you deal 5% more damage, which is a massive multiplier, per 20 maximum mana. And then the downside is it costs 20% of your overall mana every time you cast it. So with doing the evade mechanic, it takes off 10% of the mana cost. And then on top of that, there's a node here where after using static orb, your next lightning blast cast from any source chains additional times, and it refunds 25% of static orb's mana cost. So I can get 25% of the mana cost that it's costing over here just by using lightning blast. Lightning blast is also going to be applying spark charges for us, like how my Mad Lightning build worked. And then I'm using Enigma, which adds more spark charges. So spark charges are going to be the area clear. Static orb is going to be the single target damage. Um, and then there's some new nodes that they added with Sorcerer, where you can get ward per second per 10 maximum mana. So a whole bunch of ward. You get ward decay threshold per intelligence, so you can keep your ward longer. This node is probably the most broken node. So you have additional flat spell damage, and then you have a 35% chance to refund 20% of your mana cost. And those values are tripled if you have over 1,000 mana. So instead, it's giving me 15 flat spell damage and 100% chance to refund 20% of all my mana costs. And then percentage of your mana, so 50% of your mana spent, is also gained as ward. So this is probably going to be one of the tankiest builds now that ward is really nerfed, because I'm also going to have ward, but a huge percentage of my damage I'm also taking is going to my mana pool. Sorry guys, I'm like vomiting information on you. I'm just a nerd. So they came out with this new helmet called the Seed of Edryssil. And what it does is it gives you 28% of damage is dealt to mana before health. And then 56% of your endurance applies to the damage that's dealt to mana. So that basically means I take 30% less damage to my mana pool when I'm taking damage there. Which is really massive. You use the Knowledge of an Erase for an additional 9% damage dealt to mana. And then while you have Flame Ward active, you're basically at 100% of the damage you take going to your mana pool instead of your ward or your health. So, a lot of information. Basically, really tanky, lots of mana, lightning zaps everywhere. What build does Rune Master have in the running? Nothing. Brownlee. Yeah, nothing. Rune Master got kick and nerf. Or anything, but if I may ask, is there a pay-to-win aspect in the game, or just transmog stuff? Oh yeah, no, you're good. I typically don't play a lot of pay-to-win games. Last Epoch is 100% transmog. Yep, no pay-to-win at all. Okay, awesome. I'm thinking of saving and buying it, but gonna be next month. Yeah, we'll be here, man. I'm going Sorcerer for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the build I'm playing. I'm definitely more leaning into this. Can you link this? Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, as long as you, I'm happy giving you guys the links, but yeah, just give me credit. Just give me credit, okay? Static Orb on Evade should get better as you level, since the evade mechanic lowers its gold. Yes, exactly, exact noob. Yeah. So this build should be insane. I think there's a couple people that are trying to build around this, so there's probably going to be a couple different variations. So this is what we built at the early stream. So maybe we'll learn some from some other people doing it, but this is kind of my first iteration on it and how I think I'm going to be playing it. It's going to be very similar to the Rune Master build I built last season, except instead of leaning into heavy cast speed, we're just leaving into evading and moving around the map a lot, and just casting Lightning Blast in between our evades. And then just stacking a bunch of mana, and so using mana as our main defense with ward as a secondary defense. Hell yeah, now I got content for YouTube vid, yoink. You're right, Zeker, right? By the way, Loaf, can I level with your net puncture as a Blade Master, even if it's worse? Yeah, you can level as it. As a Blade Master, it is slightly worse. It's gonna be way less defensive. It's not slightly worse, it's quite a bit worse. Like endgame. But during the leveling process, it's gonna be the exact same. So, because, like, I take some points into Blade Dancer anyways. It's just the stuff on this half of the passive tree aren't very good. You have, like, one bleed node, and that's basically all you get. Whereas Falconer, you get a bunch of, like, armor and damage over time and, like, life on hit and stuff like that. So, but I'm pretty heavy on, like, the initial tree. And I do put points into Blade Dancer, so you could use this to level and then transition to a different build easily. I played LE since super early beta. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I try to get to every single chatter that comes through. So while I'm playing, even while I'm racing, I'll try to get to a lot of your guys' messages and help you guys out with questions as you go. So no worries at all, dude. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. All right, let's get back to trying to theory craft. So what I'm trying to theory craft right now is the Bane of Wintersphere. So it has this chance to cast these Void Winter Bolts that are like half void, half cold damage that shoot out like these little ice projectiles. whenever you use javelin or a melee attack, and then it gets modifiers to give you extra damage for using for having uncapped chill chance and time rot chance, and then also getting a bunch of added melee damage. So that's what I'm trying to theory craft at the moment. I was just trying to find uniques that could synergize well with it. So I was kind of going through everything and double checking some stuff. I don't think there's any time rot belts. Let's look at chill. Is there anything? Okay, nothing that does chill. So nothing that could add to that. We could get throwing attack speed using Thornslinger, but I think that will probably be a waste. I'm going to be health stacking, so I'm not going to do anything ward related. See, I don't think there's any good unique belts for me. The void melee damage would apply 50%, so it'd be like getting like 5 flat, but I don't think that's enough. And that more melee damage per sack of doom wouldn't apply. So I don't think there's any good unique belts. I found that you can level with any build just fine, even truly terrible builds. Endgame is a different story, though. Yeah, this game is very good at making it very approachable for new players while having enough in-depth like complexity at endgame to keep you playing for thousands of hours. So you can honestly level with anything. The bosses are much harder this new cycle, though, noob. So keep that in mind. The story, like even the story bosses are a lot harder. So they may have to throw their face at them a little bit more until they kill them. But a lot of that still rings true where you can kind of play whatever. Hey, what's up, Captain? How you doing, man? I appreciate you lurking, dude. Okay. The flat fire melee damage would apply, but it doesn't really do anything else for us. I love this crab ring, man. It cracks me up. I don't think I really care about the sigils. I think I have enough leech where I kind of want to not worry too much about Siphon. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything crazy ring-wise for us. I think there's some good glove options, possibly. I don't really care about the throwing damage, though. I only care about the spell damage that's coming out from the throws. So maybe not. Maybe not any of the unique gloves. Is there any time rot boots? I don't think there is. Those are just immunities to you for chilling. It's what is it? It's Dex attunement. Okay, Dex attunement on there because this doesn't have attunement on it. Otherwise, it would be double dipping in the stats, and then Blood of Exile could be pretty good, especially because you could slam another set of stats on there. But since it doesn't have attunement on there, that makes it less viable. Have a great stream, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you. I'll come check out your stream here in a little bit. You get some rest. I was up with Immortal for the entire stream. Yikes, Richie. No worries, man. Have a good one. I'll see you around tomorrow, dude. If I can borrow to buy this. It's Steam summer sale. Yeah, it is on sale right now, boys. Also, if you guys are interested, I don't know if it gives you the reduced cost, so take that a look out. But I do have a link to purchase Last Epoch. And then that will give me some of the cut for you guys purchasing it. So if you guys are interested in buying the game, check out my link there. I don't know if it gives you the sale though for the Steam sale, so it might be cheaper for you guys just to buy it on Steam. But if it's something where you guys want to invest in the stream, that's a good way to do that. Yeah, I don't think there's plus the level of throwing skills. Got Dex. Not a lot of good uniques for this build, which is kind of good though. Now, there's not too many things that I feel like I'm forced to play into. Yeah, nothing too good there. Code of Erase is kind of like the go-to for every Sentinel build, though. Could probably end up using Code of Erase regardless. So these are probably the only uniques I'd even use. We use this guy for the 40% increased health, and the 15% less damage taken while using a melee weapon, which counts as this. This guy for giving the armor mitigation to apply the damage over time, and the +1 to skills. That's probably where I'm leaning to. Let's look at our non-unique bases here. So this guy's really, really good. I wonder if the echoes will also echo the procs. It at least will give you more chance to proc, because if you hit an enemy with Javelin or melee skill, that's what procs. So the echoes of Javelin, I think, would proc, but I don't think it's going to echo the Void Winter Bolts. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I'm pretty sure the procs don't proc echoes. But the chance to proc from the Javelin should be echoed. I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to function. Yeah, so we probably want this base. It just gives us so much armor. Yeah, it gives the sale price $27.99. Does it? Oh, nice, dude. They do on Warpath? Is that what people are using it on with Warpath? I don't want to play Warpath. I want to play Javelin. Warpath would be good though, because you could get the increased spell damage too. And you could be doing it with Smite. I could be double dipping with Smite though. And just do chance on throw. Alright, and then this guy, we'd probably just be using a Bone Amulet. Probably use one Ivory Ring just for Necrotic Res. Oh, my Ellie Res pretty bad. Let's do passives real quick. See what we're working with. Oh, melee physical damage, so that would apply. Strength wouldn't, but it would give us the res. I'm probably still going to grab the res. I don't know if I'm going to grab the cooldown recovery for movement skills. Kind of leaning towards just grabbing vitality. I think I want to play Smite with this too. That'd only give me 5, which would give me 2.5 flat damage, so it really wouldn't be that much. Yeah. Definitely grabbing these for the res. The void damage would apply pretty much everything, I think. Your spells and attacks. So I think this would double dip, because it's going to give us the spell damage for the Void Winter Bolt. And it's going to give us the melee damage, which I'm going to get half of towards the Void Winter Bolt. So that's going to double dip. And then I think I would want to grab all of the spell damage here. And the void damage, possibly. That's 16 flat plus 12 flat, basically. Grab the leech nodes. Grab all the crit multi. That's Time Rot spread and Time Rot duration, which I don't care about. Okay, so melee Time Rot chance, so that does apply. Since we're already grabbing it, 100% for 4 points is pretty big. Now we'll change Smite scaling with Vitality. We do want the Echo chances for sure. Okay, that gives us another 20% time rot chance. I probably want to get access to Sigils of Hope. Let me take a look real quick. I think I'm gonna do Smite as well. I'm not gonna I'm gonna auto cast it off throwing attack though. I'm not gonna add any base crit because I'm gonna need to get the crit chance for Void Winter anyways. Does it convert the ignite chance when you do the conversion over here? No. Okay. It's probably still better to these nodes. They buff the chance for Smite on throwing attack, but put a limit. Is that the buff or a nerf, you reckon? Yes. Manuel, it's a buff for this build. It's a nerf for hammers because hammers are doing the spiral nodes where you could get like 30 hammers going at a time, and then it would be casting like crazy amounts of smite on the idols. Whereas this one, I'm not gonna have as many procs going off because I can't throw that many javelins. But it should give me access to more smites because of that. Are you saying the procs work with the Warpath Echoes, so I assume the others? So what I was saying, Zeker, is that when it does proc the Void Winter Bolt, does the Void Winter Bolt also have a chance to echo itself? Which I was thinking no. But I'm saying, yeah, if I echo a Javelin, the original Javelin and the Echo Javelin both have a chance to cast their own Void Winter Bolt. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that would work, but I don't think it would work to echo a Void Winter Bolt that's already in the air. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Link gets the summer sale price. Awesome. That's good. I want a proc smite build. Yeah. Our builds reduces the need of multiple idols. Can speak on the performance. Depends on how much procs we get now. Yeah. I can't echo that. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of where I was leaning towards. So yeah, we'll throw javelin, proc smite, which will be good. We'll definitely be using anomaly. Grabbing the crit chance. I'll give us a shit ton of leech. I'm kind of leaning towards not doing Devouring Orb. I do kind of want to do Abyssal Echoes to get the attack speed buff and the time rot buff. And then we can make it do a bunch of armor shred. Yeah, I think that'll be good. One extra chain or something. Yeah, that time rot buff applies to everything, which should apply to this. Okay. So I'm pretty sure we got everything. We didn't get the spread. That part doesn't matter. Yeah, those aren't generic time rot. It can't be skill specific. It's got to be a generic one. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure none of those would work. And then we'll have to look at the idols. So we got 3x1s, 4x1s, and 1x4. Oh no, just these ones. Okay, so it's 3x1s and 4x1s. I kind of want to see what they look like. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, so it's not on this section. Dang, nothing's good on this. These all suck. And then there's the chance to flip time rot and hit. Let's see how the 4x1s are. So we could at least get vitality. Vitality or armor, so we'll probably go vitality. And then chance to inflict time rot. It goes up to 30%. I feel like we're so contested on idols because I can't do 2 of them because I need at least probably 2 idols for chance to cast smite when you use a throwing attack. I probably want 2 25%ers at least. And we probably go chance to shred on throwing. That'd give us a 50% chance. Question is if Link is global, game, or region. I'm not 100% sure. Let me see if it specifies. I know somebody in Canada has purchased the game off the link. I'm pretty sure it should be global. It at least worked for Canada. Yeah, it doesn't specify on there, but damn it, Loaf, I may start a VK instead of a Blade Dancer. Bad influence, yeah. This is gonna be harder to get, but you could play the hammer build I linked to until you get to that point. Does it show my time rot chance? I don't think it does. I've got 50% there. Hey Zeker, if you're still in chat, is the uncapped time rot chance that they're talking about, is it 100%? You know I love my cast on crit builds, yeah. I've played with the sword, Manuel. Yeah. I've played with it. I feel like Warpath just feels so squishy, I don't know. I did it as Paladin though, and I think you'd want to do it as I think VK would help a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing the time rot's 100%, so there's 70% there. And then sadly, this doesn't come with any on it. So that would put us at 100% with 1 idol. And so the 45% should be extra, I believe. That'd only be like 4.5%. Would you ask? What's the so where it says 1% more Void Winter Bolt damage per 10% uncapped time rot chance with melee attacks? Is the cap 100%? Because it just doesn't make sense, because time rot Time Rock can stack 12 times. So you should be able to not have a there shouldn't be a cap at 100%. It should be able to apply multiple time rots. So are you saying then if I have 100%, it would give me 10% more Void Bolt damage? Okay, it just looks really fucking stupid. I don't know how they worded it. Per 10% uncapped time rot when there's no cap, you know? Okay, that's way better then. That's way better. So I'd be able to get to like 145. That'd be like 14.5% more damage or something like that. Yeah, and it's not applying the time rot from individual skills, right? Is how I would read that. So if I had the void conversion for like Warpath, where I was doing time rot chance, it wouldn't include the time rot chance from the Warpath. It has to be the generic. So okay, yeah. Got it. Yeah, that's how I figured it was. Global sheet chance. I don't know if it's on the character sheet. It's not on the character sheet, but yeah, I got you. So yeah, I was getting stuff like this, or getting stuff like on my Abyssal Echoes, where it gives me a 45% just generic buff to time rot chance should apply. So okay. And then yeah, there's the nodes on the Void Knight tree. Where you get the 20% there, and then you get the 50% there. Got it. Yeah, so I was thinking of it correctly, at least. Yeah, so I'll get a decent chunk. I'll get 145%. So it'd be like 14.5% more damage. And it's not that heavy of a level of investment. I wish the 3x1s were better. I do wonder instead of grabbing this guy, though, I feel like the idle location just really fucks me up. Because if I didn't grab this guy, I could move these around so they were a little bit better. I could like do another one right here. And then it would give me room to be able to add like 1x3s, where I could get like smite damage too. Because 54% smite damage multiplier is pretty good. And then I could get more of the chance to shred. I feel like it might be more damage overall for me to do this. And then honestly, I could just throw in. I could either throw in health idols, or I could even throw in another one for smite. Or I could even open up this one right here, and then add 2 more 1x3s. The smite's gonna do a decent chunk of damage. Oh, why did that not put that there? We could do something like that too. That'd be a lot cleaner, I feel like. Still give me a 50% chance to do smite on throwing hit. And that's per hit, and since I'm shotgunning with the javelins, that's gonna be 5 hits every cast. That would have a 50% chance on each of those hits. So not too bad. I should be getting a couple smites out of every single javelin cast. Yeah, and I don't have to have smite on my bar, so that will still free me up to have a movement skill. And then I could probably still grab volatile reversal and just do, generic volatile reversal setup here that we do on every fucking Void Knight. Do something like that. Okay, let's finish building out the stats. My Javelin Dream is coming together in a voided way. Yeah. All right, let's see what we're working with here. I know there's a bunch of void flat damage and spell damage we can get. The increased armor shred effect might be really good too. I don't want to scale echo damage since my proc spells can't echo. Like this right here would be really good. So this is an option. We could do volatile reversal levels. No, we don't really need volatile reversal levels. You mainly only need that if you're playing damage over time. I'd be better off getting something else with void damage on it. I could do levels of anomaly, and that would still give me void damage. That's not bad. Yeah, I don't want to go too heavy on the stat scaling because turning smite into a void spell makes it scale off vitality. I guess it's this node. I guess I could turn that off, and then I could scale attunement. Hmm. Because the only other vitality I'm really going out of my way to get is this one because it gives me the 20% health. And then I could go attunement scaling. Attunement gives me what? 4%? I think it's the same thing for smite. I don't know. I probably wouldn't get that much attunement, honestly. And this is like the only piece of gear that would really make that matter. So I think I'd be better off just going void, going levels of anomaly. I probably don't even need that many levels on anomaly. I'd probably be better going tier 6 on this. So I can either get leech or I can get cooldown recovery. So I'd probably do the leech. That at least gives me void damage with it. Yeah, that's probably the play. And then for the belt, we'll grab armor. Avoid damage and probably just mana regen. Give me a little bit of mana regen at least. We're gonna put a cleanse on here. Potion. We'll just do prefixes for right now. So I can figure everything out. Get more armor here. We're gonna want our throwing attack speed. And then we probably need crit chance. Our crit chance is already gonna be kind of low. Yeah, we need crit chance for sure. Oop. Yeah, we don't have to worry about reduced bonus damage taken from crits. That should all be covered. I'm just gonna go vitality for health. Do exalted like health or something. Crit chance is gonna be really hard to cover. We can't use a catalyst either. That's the part where the helmet might make more sense. What's our res look like? Let me put blessings in. Okay, so we don't need any spell stuff. We probably want to go, or like any leech. We probably want to go crit multi or crit chance. Honestly, we're probably going to need to go crit chance. Let's try to do it without replacing the helmet for a unique helmet. That's the goal here. Yeah, let's just go lightning res. We can cover up some of our suffixes, try to get as much health as possible. And then we'll go all res. there a chill on here? No, there's not. Okay. There is on here, though. That's interesting. Hold on. So, for 10% uncapped chill chance with melee, you get 1% crit multi. That's like 6% crit multi. That's pretty low. Yeah, 6% crit multi versus increased armor. I think the increased armor is better. And then we're going to go endurance. Yeah, I think that's probably the play. Okay. If we can get our res good, which I think we can, without the rings, but I could swap the rings over to Phantom Grips. That give me an extra 4% base. What can I slam on here? Sadly, it's kind of rare, so I probably only get a 1 LP. And that base crit won't apply to me. I would get like almost half of my added flat damage added on here. But I'd probably still need like a crit chance roll. Even with the rings. Yeah, it's at 42% chance with that on there. And the rings having base crit. I guess I only need spell crit actually. The other ones don't really matter, so I could go spell crit on this guy. I couldn't do it on the weapon because it's a melee weapon technically. That would probably help out quite a bit because that's gonna be where most of my damage is coming from is smite and that. That would be double. I guess that's 52%. Fuck. I'm gonna have to swap this out. I'm gonna have to use like a prismatic gaze. That 4% crit chance is just so good. I don't really care about the levels of anomaly. I'd prefer to have the flat. I want to keep it realistic, so we'll just do a 1 G8 or a 1 LP. This one's only rare, so I'm gonna put 2 on here. Okay, and then we're gonna want to shred right here. These are super easy, so I'm gonna want at least 1 roll of endurance. Do like endurance crit. I try not to put res on the slams if I can help it. I'd probably just do something like that. This is at 90. Yeah, I think we're pretty good there. Try to get crit on everything we can. Okay. Actually, we probably need throw. I forgot about that. Because we're at what 9 plus 12. That basically counteracts that. We're probably gonna be costing like 18 mana javelin, which is gonna get pretty expensive. What we'd probably need to do is do this. Try to go for these rings. Since I can't get the throwing on here, I'm probably going to want to prioritize this being exalted. Throwing attack speed. Give me another -6 cost, 88 or 116 on a good rolls. And then since we dropped the helmet, we're going to need to get a crit roll here. That'll at least give us like 80% crit. Yeah. That should be good enough, though. No throwing attack speed on here, yeah. Just throwing damage, which we don't actually care about. Very easy to get a T7 on these. It'd probably be like something like that. What are we still lacking on? We need cold res, poison res. We need a lot of cold res. Yeah, it's pretty close. All right, cool. Yeah, I think that's how that would get set up. Let's put our skills in here. We're gonna not have smite on our bar because being autocast. Use Jav, anomaly, and then we have abyssal echoes. Cool. I think that's probably how to do Bane of Winter then. Let me go ahead and get you guys this link. If anybody cares about the Void of Winter, there's a link. This is definitely not a leveling setup though. I'd use the other build to level your Void Knight, and then this would be something to transition into. How long are you streaming today, Lofi? Dude, it has already been 5.5 hours. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. What else do I need to do outside of streaming? I need to go grocery shopping, that's for sure. How did you read my mind? I was just typing that question. Is there anything we need to do, babe? I don't know. I still wanted to eventually theory craft out a Celestial Doom build. But I do need to do some stuff. We and Tude, us ladies gotta stick together. Which one was your build even? Oh, you are Celestial Doom. Yeah, I can do a Celestial Doom build tomorrow. Tomorrow, grandma's. Okay, no worries. Alrighty, guys, we'll call it there then. I'll be around tomorrow to do some more theory crafting. I can't believe we did 5.5. Dude, it feels like the day flew by. But yeah, we're prepping for doing stuff. I need to get some content over to Dread for him to do his video, so I need to do that. I need to pick what my league starter is. I'm thinking it's Sork, guys. I think I'm gonna play Sork. It just seems like a lot more fun to me to do some Sork shenanigans. So let's see who we got that we can maybe give a raid to though. Who is playing at the moment? there's not a ton of people. We're gonna go ahead and give the love over to Captain. Let's give Captain some love, guys. You guys, if you guys have been in the chat before, you guys know him. He does Last Epoch quite a lot. I've rated him a few times, so let's go give him some love. Make his day a little bit better. I'm gonna be around a lot when the patch drops. My plan is to stream at least 18 hours when the patch drops. We'll kind of see how things go. We might do a full 24, but we'll kind of go from there. That's okay. This is typically when I would get off on the shorter streams anyways, but we'll be around tomorrow, boys, for some more theory crafting. Let's go, Sorg. Yeah, it's probably what we're gonna play. Alrighty, boys. I'll catch you all later. Say hello to Captain for me. I love you all. Thank you again, Immortalized, if you're hanging around for the raid. And all the other raids that we got today from Gene. And then we got an early raid from Asriel as well. So thank you guys all for those raids. And we got a raid from Limark. We got quite a bit of love today. So, alrighty, boys. See y'all tomorrow. Last Epoch Hype.